is toasty, people. Toasty, toasty. Toasty, toasty, toasty. It's very toasty. Woo! Oh boy. If I look sweaty, well, that's because I am. Not much I can do about that. I shouldn't have gone on a walk today. Howdy! Go away for 2 minutes. But soon we'll be having a conversation. And then we'll be relaxing. Yeah, it's over 90 in Seattle. Which, I'll remind everyone, I grew up in LA. It gets plenty hot in LA. But in LA, houses are made to not trap heat. And in Seattle, they are made to trap heat. And that's the difference. 90 degrees in Los Angeles and 90 degrees in Seattle are two very, very different 90 degrees. Is also different levels of humidity. React this video about my ReZero takes? No, I don't want to. Absolutely not. I'd have to be insane.
Abandoned Subaru when they first met. You will realize why Subaru manages to win Rem's love.
No, literally, I would rather kill myself. Absolutely not. No shot. Absolutely not. There's no reason for me to get into this. Yeah, I do need to get a window AC. Yeah. Subaru's a car. That's true. Can you watch this Jubilee video on Hindus and Muslims? The beef between these two religions is insane. Yeah, I love... My favorite genre of political awakening is Western leftists and liberals realizing that as extremely racist as we are, we're like the least racist group on Earth, you know? The racial, ethnic, and religious rivalries that get discussed and publicized in, like, our media, like, if you see what the fuck other groups are saying, like, go to a fucking, like Balkan, like the Balkan racism, or like the Hindu Muslim, like Pakistan India shit or whatever. It's fucking insane, dude. Holy shit. You sound like Dennis Prager? Nah, because Dennis Prager says that to deflect from the problems in our own country, you know? There's a big difference. I don't think just because like other countries have it worse in that respect, that means that we should deflect from our own issues. Vosh, you're not to say this? Yeah, the fucking woke mob will come after me. Hindus want to exterminate Muslims in India. It's absolutely true. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Yeah. Pretty wacky. Pretty wacky stuff. When you're in a racism competition and your opponent is a European talking about Romani, or like a Serbian talking about an Albanian or something. Jesus Christ. Average Greek versus Turk debate. Yeah, a classic.
Yes. But I am more white than you. You look gypsy. I am blonde hair. Blonde hair I have. You gypsy.
That means that someone fucked your mother that is Turkish, but your father is not. Oh, your mother is a whore and she got fucked from someone. You are weak sperm. You are weak sperm. This is the strong sperm. This is the Greek god. Okay, Greek god.
If you have Greek god, you would have win, but you lose.
Lose where? Lose where?
You lose. Why is Hagia Sophia this? Not.
As I understand it, racism in most of the world is like 8,000 years ago, there was a warlord who conquered a bunch of territory that everybody likes, and all ethnic divisions are just people arguing that actually that person, their bloodline went to them rather than the other group, you know? As far as I can tell, that's like a very that's like the main theme. It's it's good, it's very good. It's sports, yeah. Jim Brewer has a new comedy special. We can't watch it, it'll kill me. Besides, we have a convo. We have a convo like right now. Like 2 minutes ago we have a convo. Tanko, you know only you can answer that. Who with? I forget. I'm not playing the cat game on stream. I'll call on the Discord in a second. How are you guys doing? Holy fuck, it's so warm, dude. Holy shit. You see the Serbia-Kosovo situation? Nah, I've been too busy reposting non-credible defense memes on the U.S. United States Chinese Taiwan intervention / World War III / nuclear holocaust. Very good. I'm rating this. This is my favorite meme of the day. Pelosi inbound. I love it too much. Did you see the size of Pelosi's military escort? There was a supersonic bomber. Hell yeah! Absolutely! Hey, listen up, Xi Jinping, bitch. Pelosi's coming to town. Roll out your goddamn welcome wagons. Because Speaker of the House is taking a motherfucking vacation. And you're in season. Yeah! That's wild. How are you guys so hawkish? You know the issue of Taiwan goes back to the Chinese Civil War? Yeah, man, we're fighting the People's War. The People's War against Sino-fascism. Oh, yeah, the fucking fundraising. From Nancy Pelosi, my plane is going down over the South China Sea. I won't sugarcoat this. Our fighter escort's been destroyed. We're losing altitude. I need a parachute. My team tells me that we failed to meet our quarterly fundraising goal. If I don't reach this many more gifts in the next few minutes, this will be the single worst plane crash of my political career. Ah, God. Why is Pelosi? Pelosi is just doing regular diplomatic shit. Some Chinese official said they would, like, shoot Pelosi down if she went to Taiwan. But apparently Pelosi's not going to Taiwan anyway. So, you know, whatever. Still funny, though. This is not real, just to clarify. Just in case people don't know. Oh, base, Kanye. Damn, I was hoping it was real. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we'll call in a second. I don't expect anything to happen here. At least not today. We'll put World War III off for a little bit. Biden did just, like, flatly say... Nice link. Biden did just, like, flatly say that we would use military force to, defend Taiwan, though. So that's pretty based. You know, we didn't say that about Ukraine, but we did say that about Taiwan. We have a military treaty with Taiwan, so... that's pretty funny. What are the chances she goes to Taiwan, though? Like 10%? I don't fucking know. Probably not. The Chinese official that threatened that, like, China would shoot down the Pelosi's plane, though, is probably going to get, like, disappeared or whatever. I doubt that was, like, an official Beijing line. Stuff is happening in Kosovo. Yeah, I haven't looked into Kosovo shit. Alright, we should have a convo. Shouldn't we talk? We should have a convo. In my experience, the online left is just as bad about about Taiwan as they are about Ukraine. Oh yeah, for sure. If there's a war, if Taiwan shit happens, you know this is going to be one of the only, like, pro-Taiwan lefty channels. I'm here for it. All the way till the nukes fall. I'll support them. Guys, do you support Kosovo or Serbia? Well, we're Albanian nationalists, so we hate Serbia no matter what. So we're on Kosovo's side, like, basically by default. Yeah, fuck the Serbs. Yeah. It's an internal issue where the USA should not have its nose in, but we signed a military treaty with Taiwan. So it's not an internal issue. Actually, invading other sovereign nations isn't an internal issue. It's actually like a kind of a big world deal. It's kind of like it's a whole thing. It's not a sovereign nation. No one dude, everyone recognized it, okay? Everyone. Even China knows. Hey, here's a quick question. Do any Taiwanese officials answer to Beijing? No? There's no political connection whatsoever. There's absolutely no threat of authority by which the Taiwanese follow laws or mandates passed down by the Chinese Communist Party. No? Oh, it's sovereign. But China, it's not sovereign. Hee hee. Please keep trading with us. Hee hee. No one cares. Like, it's the stupidest, lamest fucking, like, you're waiting on, like the fucking national bourgeois doctrine, like USA recognizes they're a country. What are you, some kind of fucking chauvinist? Not this argument. It's like legit, like, zero IQ argument. It's not even worth talking about. Okay, shit, we have to do the call. We can't get carried away. I forget what we're talking about.
Hey, man, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Howdy. Howdy, howdy? Uh-oh.
Hello?
Howdy, howdy? I can hear
hear me?
you.
Okay. I can't hear you.
Cannot hear me. Heart me. No. Hear me. I typoed. Curious.
Let's see.
What is this about and who is this? I forget. I can try on my phone. Aren't you on my phone? Wait, aren't you on your phone? It says you're on your phone. Check your audio settings to make sure it's coming out the correct output. Hello, hello? Taiwan should be in NATO. True. Everyone should be. Oh, we'll wait for... Japan should be in NATO. Yeah, Shinzo Abe. When Biden had him assassinated, when Dark Brandon deployed the anti-Shinzo Abe assassination team, they cleared the way for NATO admission, getting rid of the nationalists. Hello?
Yeah, hello. Can you hear me?
I can, but now, unfortunately, your audio is quite a bit worse than it was before.
Oh, shit. Okay.
We just need the output from this device and the input from the other. We're almost there.
Okay, give me just a second. I'm gonna try a how does this sound?
Give me a sentence.
The rain in Spain falls mainly on the plain.
That was good, and yeah, I think that sounds pretty good.
Okay, fantastic. Sorry about that, man.
Ain't nothing.
Appreciate you taking the time.
Yeah, so hit me up, or more accurately, hit my audience up. Name, pronouns, and what the hell are you here for?
So, my name is Lonnie Ray Atkinson. Pronouns are he, him. And I reached out to Vosh because I wrote a book that I thought that he would be interested in the concept of. And the basic idea was to try to get progressive lefties to run somebody in a Republican primary as a lefty progressive. And I thought it would be useful on a whole host of levels. And I guess that's some of the stuff we can talk about.
Yeah, the classic psyop approach. I was actually curious to talk to you about that because it's kind of like it's kind of like a wild card approach to politics that I think potentially could be really effective and potentially couldn't be. And I haven't ever had like a real conversation about it, so I kind of wanted to.
Yeah, so it's interesting because I talked to a bunch of people about this when I was coming up with the idea. The original idea was I was going to do a podcast about it, and I'd written out all these kind of sample speeches that, or like in campaign interviews and different stuff like that, and got to the end of it and realized that I didn't have the time nor the resources to pull it off properly, but I still had all this really good content. So I decided to go ahead and, and put it into a book. But when I was doing in that process, I was talking to a whole lot of people and asking them what they thought. And the thing that I kept coming back to was that if you were going to do this seriously, I think you have to be earnest about it. I think that you have to be completely transparent about your beliefs. I think that you can be completely irreverent, and I think that that's a plus, but it can't be a prank and it can't be trolling. I think it's a matter of actually reaching out to folks and giving them, the level of respect that they would want out of any candidate.
No, so I completely agree with that, because my main worry is always that, there is an innate level of duplicity behind running as a leftist Republican, But as I understand it, so like just to take it back so everyone's following, like in the audience, the idea is there are some districts where there's no point as running in a Democrat. Just flat out there ain't. The Democratic Party doesn't run any resources to some areas in this country, and by some I mean a lot. Running as a Democrat basically just means that your run is a virtue signal. There's basically no shot of you winning there. I mean, there are Republican candidates that run uncontested in deep red rural areas. There are places where there's just no shot for any kind of representation outside of, well, Republicans. So the idea would be that given that there's not really any viability for a non-Republican candidate in some of these areas, you just run as a Republican, thereby gaining access to, the interest of the people, the ability to debate, in the primaries, the other candidates. But you get in the group, that actually does have political power there. And then you are just like an open, unashamed, progressive or leftist, whatever it takes. And I think this is potentially very viable because you can be very disruptive when you do this. But you hit on the point right there, trolling isn't the right way to go about it. You need to be sincere, because if you're not, I think the cohesion of the project kind of falls apart now.
Absolutely. The original idea was I was watching the 2020 primaries, and I was thinking about how many people, how many lefty progressives there are that live in red districts. And when I say red district, I don't mean it just that it's gerrymandered into the ground, but that it may be legitimately Republican identifying. There's tons of districts like that. And I thought about how many lefty progressives live in those districts that feel like that they don't have a shot at ever having like any kind of electoral existence, right? And when I came up with the idea, it was like, oh, well, that's a shame. And then I thought, well, if they could just run and win in the Republican primary, then the general election would be a breeze. And I started laughing about that. And I was thinking about, that's an absurd idea. And then it hit me like what the absurdity was. The absurdity was that all of us, myself included, but all of us kind of assume that half of the voting population simply wouldn't vote for policies that would be in their own material best interests if their party bosses simply told them not to vote for those policies. And I thought, that seems crazy to me, because when I talk to Republicans and conservative folks, if you talk to them alone, they agree on all manner of progressive policy. Okay, and even the polling shows that. But when they go into the voting booth, they go into the voting booth as Republicans. And so the idea would be to kind of introduce the left to a lot of these folks, to demystify the left in a way, and to let them see that you're not the boogeyman that they've been hearing about from the leadership in the party and other media figures and whatnot. But in order to do that, you have to be able to show them that you will listen to them, right, and that you're willing to appeal to their intellect and sense of humanity. And I think that's super important, because if you plan on running, I think you should run to win. It doesn't matter how big the odds are of winning. I think you should still run to win. But there's so many gains, I think, to be made, even if you don't win. And part of that is demystifying the left to a huge part of the population that we should be organizing and have not been organizing for the past 30 to 40 years.
No, I fully agree, and sometimes all it takes is that little connection. They say, you know, they say when fascism comes to America, it'll be brandishing a cross and wearing a flag, which is exactly what happened, you know.
Mhm.
But, you know, in a sense, like leftism would work the exact same way. You always have to appeal to people using symbols, iconography, and cultural references they're most familiar with. And to a lot of, you know, Republicans, the very image of a Democrat, and to a lesser extent an independent, you know, is as
Mhm.
repellent an image as they can imagine, you know, when it comes to who to take their opinions from. That in-group identity, even just running as a Republican, and others will call you a fake Republican, you know, maybe,
Right.
whatever, sure. But it's an inroad, you know, it's a foot in the door. And being a fake Republican puts you closer to them than being a Democrat, especially considering the level of division we're talking, you know. Some of these people think Democrats are like baby-eating Satanist reptile people or whatever.
Right.
Yeah, it reminds me, I talked with Charlie Kirk a year ago or something, and we were having a conversation about COVID, vaccines, pharma companies, and he was talking about, you know, big pharma hoovering up profits from this whole thing, you know, and they
Mhm.
do this a lot, these fake populist talking points. Republicans don't give a shit about reining in big business. They love big business, but they'll pretend, you know,
Right.
yeah, they'll pretend like, you know, oh, it's gone too far. We're so concerned with like the exploitation of the common man and so on. So I say, you know, you can't talk to me about reining in big business. I want pharma nationalized. Like, you can't go
Right.
that far, Charlie. And he shut the fuck up after that. And what that
Right.
tells me is like this like fake populism they push only works unless there's a real populist in the room, at which point there's an easy shutdown to all their arguments. And you can only get that in these spaces if you have the right people there.
Yeah, and another thing too is that um, I think that we have to, when we're talking about seriously reaching out to people that you know see themselves as conservatives and may be far to the right. I think that the point is that you do have to meet them where they're at. All right. And part of that may be using the types of language and symbols that they relate to when it comes to their own religion. It doesn't mean you have to pander. I used to be, I grew up a fundamentalist evangelical. I'm a non believer now, but I understand both the mindset and the language. And I think that there's a lot to be utilized in using what I think uh, most of us would think are good examples that were left by the character of Jesus of Nazareth, right? So you can use those things and to appeal to them as long as it doesn't look like pandering. Now, what you were talking about with the healthcare, I think that it's important to meet them where they're at, because all of these people, all of them are underinsured and overcharged, right? And so when you talk to them about, let's say, single payer, right? The thing is that you can tell them, why does everybody ask these questions as if they don't know what a copay is, if they don't know what a premium is, what a deductible is, what an out-of-pocket maximum is. These media figures and these politicians, they act like they don't know what those things are, like they don't know what you pay. And maybe they don't, but the people do, right? The people know how much they fucking pay for that stuff. And you want to reach out to them in a way that you are truly showing empathy for them having to navigate how fucked up the system is, right? Because they're having to deal with the same thing that Democrats are having to deal with when it comes to healthcare. They hate the system as much as Democrats do. It's just that their side is not offering anything for the better. And that's why, as a candidate like this, I think you want to ask a question over and over and over again when it comes to these issues. So if you're talking about healthcare and you're a lefty progressive running as a Republican, you say, why is it that this party has ceded better healthcare to the Democrats? That's crazy. Why is it that the only people that actually talk about really trying to improve the overall healthcare system is that, now, it doesn't mean the Democrats have a good solution, because I think the ACA was a total sellout. But the idea that the Republicans have been fighting against any improvements for the last 20, 30 years is unacceptable, right? And so you would, think that that would resonate with the Republican voting base, where they're asked questions like, why do Christian conservatives cede stewardship of the earth to the Democratic Party? That makes no sense, right? And so all these issues, one by one, that's the reason why they have to distract you with shit like CRT and trans athletes and Mr. Potato Head, because they won't do anything on these issues.
Well, yeah, I fully agree. I mean, it's been the strategy of the Republican Party for, certainly over the past decade. I mean, it's been the case broadly for a while, but I think it's really been ramped up. They never talk about their own policies, like, ever.
Right.
They don't talk.
Right.
Democrats talk about Democrats, and Republicans talk about Democrats. It's
right.
always, it's framed as an oppositional thing, Maybe, the Republican voter is taught government can't do anything good for you. So what are you going to get from Republican legislators? Well, the main thing you're going to get is not having those crazy Satanist, tax and spend Democrats in charge. Their primary, there are wedge issues like gun rights and abortion issues, but I think for the most part, it's just about opposition, which means that approaching them as a Democrat in a lot of these places is just a non-starter from the get-go. But they don't even have these internal conversations, Like, there isn't a culture of accountability for issues in the Republican Party that actually affect people's lives. As bad as the Democratic Party is, there is a bit of a culture on that. There are, like, it is expected in liberal, even like moderate liberal circles, it is expected to believe that the politicians they advocate and vote for will attempt to address problems that actually affect people's lives. That's like a real thing, not to the extent that I want them to, but it's a thing that exists. But in a lot of Republican circles, these people are not holding their breath on any Republican candidate successfully improving any part of their lives. It's not there's not what do you call it? A civil culture surrounding that. They don't ask those questions. They don't get asked at town halls or debates or whatever, why don't you want to do something about our healthcare costs? Or, why aren't you fixing the, car dependency issue? Or why public transport's so bad? Or why, prices are going up or whatever. They're not held to account for anything outside a collection of culture issues that right-wing media talks up nonstop. So, I mean, it's about disruptiveness, right? You can introduce those questions.
Yeah, and there's a scene in the book where he's the character's talking about how he runs into a woman that's working at a truck stop, and she says, I can't vote for you because I don't agree with you on all these different policies, right? And then he asks her, okay, well, but what matters to your life? And so she kind of goes down this list. He said, that's why you should vote for me. And goes all the way down the list. And by the end, they're kind of laughing. He says, look, whoever you've been voting for the last 20 years, you've agreed with them on all these things, right? And she says, yes. And he says, how many of those people actually did something and tried to do something when they were in office for you on all these different issues? And she says, none of them. And he says, that's the reason why you should vote for me, because even if you disagree with me on some of the policies, at least you'll know you have somebody in there fighting for you. I mean, I think that it matters to people if somebody is actually fighting for them. I had a really interesting, and not just fighting for them. This is important too. This is super important. And it's not just the fight, but the fight is huge. But that also that they see you as an honest person. I used to work for a guy when I worked a retail job one time, and I had a boss who told me, and he was a good dude, but it was funny because he told me that he would have voted for George W. Bush 18 times because he liked his fiscal policies. And so that's basically the conservative Republican that he was at the moment. And one day we get to talking about Ralph Nader, and he out of the blue kind of told me if Ralph Nader would have ran in the Democratic primary instead of running third party and would have won the nomination, that he would have voted for Nader. And I said, why? That's crazy. You said you'd vote for Bush, a zillion times. And he told me, he said, because I know who Ralph Nader is, and I know he's an honest man. And he was like, and I've never had a chance to vote for an honest man in my life. And it kind of blew me away, but I think it makes a lot of sense the more and more I talk to people about politics, is that they're so cynical that they're almost not paid. It's like I say that you don't, like a lot of times in politics, you don't have to know shit except for who's full of shit, because most people are voting against a party rather than for a party a lot of the time, you know?
And I've talked about this with my audience, and it's really difficult for people who follow politics as like a passion to understand. But a lot of people, when it comes to who they vote for, or what they care about, you know, we are talking about a completely incoherent, vibes-based approach to politics. Like, that's all across the board, not just a Republican thing. You talk to an average person about politics, like, well, why do you support this thing, and why do you support that thing, and so on and so on. And if you're lucky, you'll get bumper sticker answers. And if you're unlucky, you're going to get the most convoluted, incoherent, rage-inducingly meaningless diatribe on, like, this hyper-specific, completely, you know, like obscure, non-consistent ethical system that only this person has that leads them to this, like, voting pattern. But trustworthiness is big up there on that, you know? I mean, when you're talking about stuff like tax policy or healthcare, a lot of people do not know what would make the country or their lives better. They can't. I mean, the level of education required to understand even a fraction of this country's political system and all of its economic, like, subsidiary issues, it's like, it's obviously, like, the average person is not going to be fully on board with that. I don't know everything going on in this country. Nobody does. So, you know, the math arguments aren't the kicker for a lot of folks. It's just,
Right.
you talk about, I mean, you say approachability, right? You don't want it to feel like you're running a con. And I resonate with that, because I don't think there has to be anything, like, dishonest about it. You know, you run as a Republican in some of these areas, you know, well, yeah, I'm a leftist, you know, I just wanted to add my voice to all this, but you treat it seriously, you know, you don't talk down to people. Yeah, I have these ideas. I'm not ashamed of it. I just want to talk with you about them. I think that's a fine thing, you know. Political parties don't, like, they're not prescriptively supposed to contain only a given set of political ideas. A political party is just a political party. And in the same way that it's good when communists run in Democrat primaries to try to fuss people up, you know, about pushing everyone left, there's no reason why that process can't work to the Republicans either. Certainly in areas where the Democrats, like, running as one is just a non-starter.
Yeah, I think that, so I think you kind of raise a good point about, so I kind of always want to ask why people are where they're at. So I think that you're right. I think most people that are not political junkies, right? It is difficult to figure out what's really going on, to figure out who to trust. But the problem is that that a lot of the times that folks are at that point by design, because we've, you know, our educational system and all the other spheres of influence, all our other institutions, they don't nurture critical thinking skills. They don't nurture media literacy, social and historical reference. So they nurture these things. So and on the opposite side of that, there's a mountain of conditioning that goes along with why people think the way they are. So I know that a lot of folks like to, you know, they like to make fun of, you know, QAnon believers, or, you know, people who are worried about CRT. But I think about the conditioning that has gone on in social media and kind of the media echo chamber. And then I think to myself, yeah, but is that any crazier than believing in the invisible hand of the market? Right? And is that any crazier than believing in complete American exceptionalism? You know? And as lefties who may have gotten to the point where they've seen past, you know, capitalism being the end all be all, or seeing past imperialism, you know, being this good thing, right? Well, I think that we have to ask, well, how did we get there? And for me personally, I got there because I was finally willing to ask and ready to ask certain questions that had been super uncomfortable for me to ask before. And I think that if you're going to run a campaign like this, the primary goal of what you're trying to do is to get folks to ask those questions, to ask questions they haven't been either willing to or felt comfortable asking before.
Yeah, no, 100%. And it's, you know, the QAnon stuff might be more destructive, but yeah, you're right. In terms of the echo chambers that these people are put in, if anything, there's a kind of sentimental faux populism in the QAnon bullshit that wasn't present before. Funnily enough, that free hand in the market stuff is really unpopular now in right-wing circles, you know. The government deregulation, like the, big swamp DC people are ruining our country with regulations, that's still present. But the idea of like trust the corpos are going to do us all good, that is not like a mainstream Republican talking point anymore. It was 10 years ago, it isn't now. Because nowadays, the word of the land, whether it's being appealed to genuinely or not, is populist fervor. But it's all it's fake when they do it, when their candidates appeal to it. But the fact that that's popular does indicate, even if it's popping up in shit like QAnon, it does indicate that people are kind of dissatisfied with the answers that they're getting through traditional electoral means. Populations are not pushed into populism because they're fully satisfied with the way the elections are going. That just tends not to be how things go.
That's right. And I think that
gotta heal on that.
Just real quick, I think that you make a really good point. So Donald Trump's main rallying cry during his campaign was "Drain the swamp." Now, it doesn't matter whether he delivered on it. It matters that it was effective. And so I think that in the book, I put that the main policy plank that this character is running on is to get money out of politics, because it doesn't matter what other policy that you're talking about. You can bring it back to money in politics. And if there's one thing that all conservatives agree on, is that they fucking hate corruption. All right. And if you can capitalize on that and then show them why your policies are better on every one of these issues that affects their life, and show them that you have an answer, some type of solution, right? And the reason why the other side, all your opponents, ain't got shit to offer is because of that corruption, and because the donors won't allow them to offer them a solution. And if you can make that clear and concise, then I think it would resonate with a lot of folks, because they're already on board with that everything is corrupt right now.
No, yeah, and I mean, the difficulty is that so much of the political instincts of this like voter base have been kind of corrupted with the imagery and the associations that Republicans have worked so hard to associate. I think this is one of the reasons why they're so intent on calling Biden and the Democrats socialist or communist or whatever, It's not just to make them sound scary. It's not just Red Scare stuff. It's also that actual real-life socialists and communists in America are some of the most aggressively anti-corruption, anti-establishment groups there are. And that would be really, really, really appealing to a lot of these cynical Republican voters if they thought of them as detached groups. That's why Republicans are so intent on directly attaching Antifa to Biden. Because in reality, Antifa, whatever you may think of it, how politically effective they are, corpo associates they are not. And the imagery that they represent is almost like cowboy-esque in its rugged individualism. You've got like these random Americans with no broader corporate or political ties just dressing up to go fight people downtown. I mean, there's something almost quintessentially attractive about that in concept, like as an aesthetic. But it all gets ruined if you think of them as like soy cuck teens working on behalf of local Democratic operatives. And I think that's part of it. Republicans are terrified of their voters seeing what actual populists look like. They're very scared of that echo chamber breaking. That's why they don't bring on opposing like guests anymore. They used to on Fox News and on Tucker Carlson. They used to bring on opposing guests. They used to have arguments. Now they don't. For the most part, it's very echo chambery. They're very, very intent on not allowing like the real enemy or like the real opposition be visible to their voter base. And I think, if anything, that's a demonstration of the fragility of their position, I think.
Yeah, it's funny because so the character in the book's name's H.F. Valentine, and
tell me about the book format, by the way, because you haven't. Like, are we fiction, nonfiction? Tell me the premise.
Okay, I just didn't want to try to fluff it too much. You know what I'm saying?
Well, fluff it whatever you consider to be an appropriate amount.
Okay, yeah. All right. So the book title is "Don't Think of a Republican: How I Won a Republican Primary as a Lefty Progressive, and You Can Too." by H.F. Valentine. And so H.F. Valentine is this satirical candidate that basically has run this year and won. And he won the primary and then won the general. And then next year, he decides to put together a book that that puts together all his campaign speeches, interviews, and campaign ads, or at least a good curation of them. He puts those out for people to follow in his footsteps. And the book's out right now, but it's a satirical thing that you would read the book and see a kind of, not a blueprint, but to read it as an active read where you start to think, well, how would I sell these kind of progressive policies to a conservative voting base? And then you have an example there of how H.F. Valentine did it and was successful in it. And it's supposed to inspire people to actually think about how they would do it and then to actually give it a shot. I had originally wanted to pitch the DSA this idea because at least they're semi-organized and you could actually get, together actual campaign staffs to run these. But anyway, so the idea is that H.F. Valentine is kind of recalling all these speeches and stuff. And one of the talks he gives about is the danger of labels and how basically if a label is thrown at you, it's going to be defined by whoever threw the label. And so a lot of the times these labels don't have to mean anything because they can mean anything, right? And you look at words from treason to terrorism to conservative to Republican to Democrat to liberal. It doesn't even really matter what the actual definition is. You just have to basically call somebody that, and it becomes derogatory. And that's a huge problem for a candidate like this. So he basically addresses that not only against his opponents, but against the media who will also use this to shit on him. And he basically tries to turn it around and say, look, every time that they bring up that I'm this label or that label, you think to yourself, what are they avoiding talking about? Why is it that I continue to talk about this issue that affects your life and they continue to call me a name, right? And it goes back to a story, if you don't mind. I'm just going to tell you this funny story, and it's in the book as well.
Yeah.
This actually happened to me. A very close person to me called me up years back and was like, hey, Lonnie, Barack Obama's a socialist. And I said, no, he's not a socialist. And he said, yeah, he is. And we went back and forth. And I said, look, you're not going to take my word for it. So what I want you to do is when we get off the phone over the next week, I want you to go find a bunch of socialist publications. All right. And I want you to just go find them and read them and see what they say about Obama. Right. So he calls me about 2 weeks later and he's like, hey, Lonnie, I did what you said. And guess what? I said, what? He said, they hate Obama. And so part of that is to say that that's how easy it is to defame somebody, is to call them a label that most people may not even know what the actual definition of the label is. As long as they think it's a bad thing, that's all they need to hear. The second part is that when you try to convince someone of something that they really do believe, you can't just do it as I have the authority, I have the information, and you're wrong. What I did was I put a situation together where he was allowed to find it out on his own authority. And when he did that, he was done with it. He didn't ever call Obama a socialist again. And so I think that's, again, it's a matter of how you approach people and appealing to their intellect and their sense of humanity. It goes a long way. It may not get you across the finish line in a political race, but if you come back to those people after that race, organizing around an issue, they may be willing to listen to you in a way that they would have never listened to you before that.
No, I fully agree, and you're right about labels. They're basically the death of any like actual attempt at understanding one another. You load them with so much meaning, and especially nowadays, right? I mean, we know words don't really mean anything. Certainly not in common political discourse. Obviously, like nothing means anything. If anything, the very humanistic appeal to values like trustworthiness, it almost feels like a more effective metric for convincing people of given political positions, because only the most policy wonk type nerds are out here caring about the specific political causes of stuff like inflation, you know.
Mhm.
The issue is even the politics of trustworthiness have kind of fallen to the wayside. I mean, Donald Trump, for example, being like the cartoon character stereotype of a untrustworthy, grubbing miser character,
Right.
being seen as like a, an envoy of honest American Christian values by Republicans. It's really difficult to hit on that. But a lot of that, I think, is it's very targeted, it's not ubiquitous. I think you can still get people on an individual level, you know. I think everyone can be gotten on an individual level, whatever your bias is towards any set of ideas, everyone is susceptible to like a calm evening of like talking to someone and like a cup of coffee, you know, like everyone is. There's no matter what biases you have against a given political group, like everyone can be sat down. That's why you have it's like a whole phenomena of like one of the good ones, right? Where like you
Right.
can have people who are like politically incredibly racist, but they'll know and be friends with like a black guy, and it's like, oh well, he's one of the good ones. And in reality, the only thing it is that he has this made up idea of what black people are in his head that he cultivates his political opinions around. But once, like in meeting one in real life, rather than realizing that his beliefs were a misconception, he instead thinks of it as like a, an exception, or sorry, we're not an exception. His beliefs were wrong. He thinks the like one cool guy he's seen is an exception, you know? But you can get people on that. It's just a testament to how susceptible any group of people are, no matter their biases, to counterfactuals delivered the right way. You know
Well,
what I
and
mean, right?
I think that you make a good point uh, about being around people. The idea that we on the left have basically kind of written off so many people when it comes to organizing, and much less sometimes even talking to. So if we never reach out to these people, if we never spend serious quality time with them, then they're going to believe about us whatever they're told by the people that they do hang around with and that they look up to, right? And whereas if you can start building community in the area that you're at, then and again they know who you are, then they're not going to believe something that they're told by somebody else about you. I think that's it's a serious thing about meeting people where they're at. It's just showing up sometimes. Another thing that you kind of mentioned made me think about the second slogan that I use beyond just the first slogan I use is "Let's get money out of politics and see what happens." All right. The second slogan is he says over and over, "I'm not telling you something that you don't already know." And that idea comes out of something that Norman Finkelstein was writing about a few years ago, where he talked about how Gandhi's approach was that you're not going to get people to act on something that they see no truth in, but your job is to get them to acknowledge what they do know to be true in their hearts and then to act on that. And I think that on a ton of issues, you can actually get people to do that. You can get, even if they're reluctant to acknowledge it, you can get them to admit what they do know in their hearts to be true, right? But they're not going to do it if they don't see you as somebody who is worthy of even listening to. And again, that goes back to what you're saying, is being there and giving them an example that is markedly different than what they've heard about you before that.
Well, that's the reason why, that's the exact same reason why, like, cities tend to be more left-leaning, right? Tolerance towards people of different opinions goes up when you are in proximity of those people with different opinions. Likewise, people of different races, religions, ethnicities, languages, etc., etc. The closer you are to a given group of people, the more time you spend around them, the less likely you are to be politically biased against them. There's usually an initial uptick of dislike. Like, for example, if a neighborhood which is mainly redlined suddenly has an influx of like black or Latin or whatever neighbors, there will be a spike in distrust and ethnic bias to begin with, but over time it'll level out and like people will be on average more progressive than before as people get used to each other's differences and become tolerant of them. And that's just, I mean, that's just basic. Like if you're around, if you're exposed to anything, you're more amenable to it. And I mean, this is just an extension of that. You know, it's an attempt to break down echo chambers, and you can see the effects of this too in some of these red districts, right? Because a lot of these red districts, like the parts of the country where Democrats don't even run, are so red. Like it worked like 90-10, like 95-5, like insanely red, some of these areas, you know? Because there's not even like another choice, basically. Most of the big like Democrat strongholds, the high population cities or whatever, you know, you get like 80-20, 70-30 splits or whatever, you know, there are conservatives everywhere. But there are areas, mostly the very rural ones in America, where it's just like totally, like completely across the board. And that's not a natural phenomena, you know, that's a product of having no exposure to other ideas. It's a real issue, and it causes a generational like knowledge gap that it can't really be addressed without people being willing to, you know, get their hands dirty a little bit and talk with people they disagree with.
Yeah, it's difficult. I remember, so I remember I was growing up with a buddy of mine who I'm still really, really close with, and we talked about this, you know, not too long ago, about how when we were younger in high school, that I would say that, let me put it this way, he was more racist than I was, okay? And
I'm sorry.
So I remember having a conversation with him and saying, "How come you think that you know all this stuff about black people and you've never even had an actual conversation with one?" And he told me, "Well, I don't need to have a conversation with him." And I remember thinking, like, that's crazy to me. And at the same time, I didn't get that he was less homophobic than I was. And it's because somebody in his family was gay. All right. And that he had spent all this time around them. And so he didn't have the same hangups that I did, right, around that issue. Right. And so, you know, we've talked about that recently, about, you know, what the changes were after we had those conversations. And it was really just going out into the world and meeting people, having conversations, and seeing that there's not this big difference between you, that we're all humans, and being able to be vulnerable around people and have a little bit of trust. But it takes being in people's presence and being willing to have those conversations. The big thing is, one of the reasons why I think that we have such a hard time with this is because we have so few community spaces left that are outside of maybe religion. It used to be that labor was a big part of building community. There's the whole bowling alone, you know, about bowling leagues. And there used to be more, organizations that people were a part of, where it might be a lot of folks with completely different political viewpoints all hanging out together in this one group all the time. And that community building goes a long way to, again, demystifying some of these labels and some of these political stances as well.
Yeah, the thing that's really frustrating, too, when it comes to trying to bring people over, is that Republicans have been putting a ton of effort, energy, and money into trying to find ways to get at left-leaning circles, or at least more moderate independent circles, without having to do, like, direct engagement. So a good example of this would be like Gamergate, or any of the online, like, Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro-esque stuff, with this very highly funded effort at bringing over a bunch of, like, white libertarian teens, you know, via, you know, whatever, smug debate bro, you know, anti-SJW, anti-feminist, you know, whatever aesthetic they appeal to, gamer crowd, pull them over to the right. You know, there's that effort. They're willing to get their hands dirty. You know, right now, conservatives are trying to weaponize the language of feminism by pairing with TERFs in their attack on trans people. You know, like all these conservatives are screaming about the sanctity of women's sports and, you know, the need to protect women's spaces, like they've ever given a shit about any of this. You know,
right? Of course.
In an attack on trans people. But Democrats will not get their hands dirty with any messaging that touches on rural issues. They won't do it. Anything that has to do with like, and if you're out of a city, if you're talking about people who, you know, hunt, or people who work on a farm, or people who have more than 1/8 of 1 acre of land to house, you know, like Democrats do nothing for these people. Nothing. It's not just they do nothing, they're contemptuous of these people. Like they'll openly mock, like, oh yeah, these country bumpkins or whatever, and they'll act shocked that a huge portion of the country seems to be like permanently, unalterably red no matter what. Like they'll do nothing to reach out to these groups. They'll mock these groups, and then they'll be like, why do all these rural people keep voting against their material interests? Like, well, what the fuck do you think is going to happen? Like all you've done is indicate to them that you don't care about their material interests.
In the United States, a lot of people that live in the city really have no idea how many small towns there are and how much rural area and rural population there is. It's massive. And those people are people just like you, the same way that we want, that we would hope that the Republican voting base would listen to issues that we think that they should be, quote unquote, maybe more tolerant on, right? Or more open-minded on. I think that you're right. I think that a lot of the times we're not open-minded to a lot of the issues that are concerning rural voters as well. And I actually think it's more than just the politicians, though. And this is a problem not just with politics, but just the left in general, that when you find a group of people that you vehemently disagree with, you can do two things, right? You can mock them and ridicule them, or again, you can ask how they got there and then try to figure out how to get them, to come home, and I think that, yes, it might feel good, in the moment, to mock somebody who might have a fucked up view or be at a very low moment, right? It may feel good to ridicule that person, and it may end up making you look really good in front of the fans that you already have, or the people that look up to you already. But when we're talking about movement building, that's only going to entrench those people and make them hate us even more. And the way that I look at it is, if we believe in a better world, if we believe that better world is actually possible, it's going to take a fuckload more than just the left. It's going to take more than the entirety of the Democratic Party. It's going to take a whole lot of those people that sometimes we say that we can't even talk to, right? And so if that world that we say that we believe in is real, then we have to start actually figuring out how to become brothers and sisters with those folks and making them see us as their brothers and sisters as well.
No,
that's hard. It's not easy. I'm not saying it's easy, right? But that's the fucking work. That's the work that has to be done, or we've lost.
Well, that's politics. I mean, and rural America was the center of populist movements through the 19th century, back when populism was a big, like, farmers thing.
Yeah, that's right. The farmers. That's right. They organized across the whole damn country by just going on and literally knocking on each other's doors, and was able to amass a massive amount of power that way.
And it worked back then. I mean, a rural area, door knocking is way more powerful. And there are a lot of people in rural areas. I think something like 1/5 of the country is in what's technically defined as a rural area. But I'm looking right now, and apparently an area is considered part of an urban cluster if it has at least 2,500 people, which means I think a county area that has only like that has 3,000 people in it cannot be defined as rural, depending on right. So like so if we're talking about 1/5 of the population, if we're only talking areas with 2,500 people per territory or less, but there are going to be a lot of areas that are functionally rural with like 10 times that many people.
Easy.
We're probably talking like around 40 to 50% of the population lives in areas that like most liberal Democrats would snort at, like turn their nose up at. This is one of the reasons why I'm so against gun laws. Not just because I don't think they're an effective way of dealing with like a lot of the issues we see. Yeah, I think that a lot of the problems we see associated with gun. There are some gun laws I'm in favor of, but a lot of them, like especially this Beto O'Rourke tier, like reflexive hatred of guns, like the why, like you hear stupid shit like Democrats say, like why would anyone need a gun like this? And they're talking about some gun that like effectively was invented 150 years ago when it's some hunting rifle or something, you know? Like
Right.
they say dumb, ignorant shit about guns all the time, but like it's kind of like a cultural marker, right? Like if you're like a rural person, you know, it doesn't take like, you know, tremendous cluster of brain cells to recognize that a lot of Democrats think of you kind of as like a contemptuous weight on the country, you know, like an anchor dragging along the ground.
Yeah,
And
I think when you're talking about guns, that the if the Democrats really did want to make huge gains on this, then one thing that they should be doing is trying their best to include gun owners in on the conversation and take them seriously and separate the issue from the NRA, to demonize the corrupt actors, but then to take seriously the average gun owner that believes in gun safety as well. I think the other thing is that they do need to get hunters on their side, because hunters traditionally have seen the gun differently than folks who are just excited about handguns and whatnot. I remember I was in Iceland a few years back, and I was at an Airbnb and I was staying with this couple, and the guy that was there, he was a big hunter. And when I say like he loved his gun, like his survival depended on his gun, right? But he couldn't believe the way that guns were looked at in the United States, and it's because he took hunting so seriously. I think another thing is that you have to change the terminology that we use on a whole number of things. I can't remember. I just read this recently, and you might know what this is, but there was some place that was actually having an issue with, I don't know if it was mass shootings or it was just multiple shootings, and they changed the name that they used to describe it. And I think they started calling it like coward shootings or something like that. And
no, I haven't heard of this.
yeah, and then they actually went down. And I think that I know that we don't want to entertain the concept of, you know, like toxic masculinity, but I mean, I'm in my mid 40s, and I remember when I was a kid, if you got into a fight with somebody and they pulled a gun or a knife, they weren't shit. They were seen as a coward, right? And today, I think a lot of folks do feel like that their gun is what makes them a badass. And I
No,
think that you
so
have to start changing the narrative
100
about what it means.
this is what you mean about the NRA. And I talk about this gun culture in the US. Yeah. Where like you have like the trifecta of like fake wannabe like military guys who are too cowardly to like actually enlist, or too old, or, you know, disabled or whatever, but they'll all like LARP like some kind of like junior militiaman of the US. You have like cop and cop wannabes and all their hanger-ons, and then you'll have like all the NRA civilian gun armory building types, and all three of these groups are like the fixtures of having a gun equals masculinity bullshit, you know? Like
And I was just going to say,
and the
I
NRA is
remember,
like a fixture of that.
right, exactly. And I remember when it used to be the police that were a voice for what we called gun control at the time, right? Because they were afraid of getting shot. And you fast forward 20 years, and they had become one of the, you know, the rank and file police guys. A lot of them had become the biggest supporters of the NRA, as the NRA would lobby for bullets that would pierce their vests. You
Yeah,
know.
well, I mean, it's a cultural marker, right? I honestly think a huge part of the gun like debate in this country is arbitrary, in the sense that like you could flip the teams, make it so Democrats are the big pro-gun ones and Republicans are the anti-gun ones, and nothing would fundamentally change outside of like the group associations, you know? So all the arguments would just switch sides, and, you know, both sides would start fundraising on the opposite arguments. But aside from that, it wouldn't be politically incoherent. It would be the same level of like you know, Republicans would push for gun restrictions in mostly like a racist way, like targeting POC communities or whatever, and Democrats would be advocating for broad gun use in some kind of like, you know, rote, apolitical, seeming neutral constitutionalist way, and it wouldn't, like, nothing would fundamentally change. It's about why you employ those arguments and the effects you think they're going to have more than anything. And there's only one way to be pro-gun in this country, right? Like, that's what you mean. That's the whole NRA thing. Like, you can't. The only other organizations like the SRA, and nobody cares about the SRA outside of like primo lefties online, you know.
And the sad thing is that you don't have enough time in a in a campaign to do lectures, and nobody wants to listen to lectures, right? But the sad thing is it would be nice to give a history lesson that showed people that the NRA didn't used to be this way, that they actually used to be for a lot of gun legislation and regulation. Gun legislation around regulation until they kind of changed their focus and became severely corrupted. If you were to just look at the advisement of the NRA and implemented those things from years back, you'd have much stronger gun laws right now. And again, that was advocated for by the NRA back in the day.
The thing that really fucks me up is that, like, when it comes to anti-capitalist rhetoric, you would think rural areas would be like the primo ground, you know? Like, even if you want to stick to liberal Democrat, like, regulation tier talking points, rural America, like the Midwest, has been fucking destroyed by like big box marts, you know, like all like local business has been catastrophically and irreversibly destroyed entirely as a product of like capitalist logic, you know, synthesizing new material conditions. It's very direct. Even very basic regulatory stuff like some basic workers' rights stuff, or like sourcing, or like local zoning mandating given commercial areas have access to X or Y, or like food desert legislation. Anything like this would be a way of making it better. You know, nothing Republicans do or advocate for is doing shit for dying Midwestern communities. They're just like every moment they die more, and no trend is helping them. Like nothing. It's a completely negative downward trajectory for millions of Americans, you know. And it's such an easy sell to go to them and to try and be like, you know, why is this happening? It's like 101 stuff, but there's no effort to do it. None whatsoever.
Well, it's interesting because here's the thing. You're right. It should be fertile ground for the Democratic Party, right? Because they can go in and say, hey, these have been your representatives for 40 years. And look where you've gone in 40 years. This is the reason why. But here's the deal. This is the reason why they won't do it, is because they're bought too. They may not be bought to the same extent, but there's certain things that they can't say. It's the reason why they abandoned labor the way that they did. And the beauty of this idea of running as a lefty progressive in the Republican primary is that you can shit on the Democrats in a way that the Justice Democrats could never shit on mainstream leadership, right? And you can also shit on your Republican opponents and the Republican leadership by talking about corruption. Because you would be the only person that would actually be talking about the issues that matter to these people's lives. Right? And he goes, nobody else is going to do it because they can't do it. If they do, they're going to be seen to be as frauds.
I'm looking at it right now, and like from 2010 to 2020, rural America experienced its first decline in population in American history. Not as a percentage of the total population, but in terms of net numbers. In every other decade period in all of American history, the total number of people living in rural areas has gone up. But from 2000 to 2010, so many people are leaving it. Like, people make a big deal about people moving out of California or New York. And yeah, housing prices, don't get me wrong, it's happening. But like, this is a massive change. And it's just because these places are like totally dead. We're soon going to be a country, like a ring of viable coastal cities where the average rent price is $8,000 a month. And then an interior core of just completely unusable, just underserved dog shit with a population of 8 people, each of who have like 10,000 times the electoral the electoral college representation power of the average voter. We'll have 8 people in the Midwest, and all of them get to choose their own senator, and the rest of us will be fighting over the coastal cities.
Well, the part of what you was talking about appealing to these folks. I think that if you're when you were talking about appealing to farmers, right? The farmers have the respect, right? Even if everybody's not working in farm work, okay? But they've missed a huge opportunity in talking about climate change to these farmers. Now they're starting to do it now, but this should have been something that they were doing 20, 30 years ago. It goes back to that thing I said about a lot of these folks have a Christian faith, right? And one of those main tenets was stewardship of the earth. People take that seriously, and yet it's something that is absent when it comes to political dialogue. I think that's crazy. The other thing that's going on right now in the rural areas is this is Mike Davis has talked about this, about people can't afford the suburbs, right? So they move into a lot of these rural areas, and I guess they're calling the exurbs now, right? And there's a tension between the folks that are in those rural areas that have lived there their whole lives, and these new people that are kind of starting to, to move in and what they feel like is take it over. And there's a weird tension going on right there. And again, a lot of that has to do with capitalism, right? But the Democrats are going to talk shit about capitalism, and the Republicans aren't. But yet, here's the thing. It's just like you said, there's all these people that are waiting and wanting a populist rhetoric, right? It's the reason why a lot of independents and a good deal of Republicans, they don't want to admit it, but a good deal of Republicans were also open to hearing Bernie Sanders' message, right? Because they're as disgusted with at least the results of capitalism, even if they don't think about it in those terms.
No, yeah, absolutely. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about the viability of authentic populist messaging.
Right.
Because if you're committed entirely to like institutionalist solutions, well, there is a kind of legitimate populism in the Republican Party, but it's towards fascism, which doesn't really address these issues. So they'll signal at those talking points, and they'll distract from the institutional reform they want, which in their case is going to be lower taxes for the wealthy and less regulation, which will enhance these problems. It'll make them worse. But no real redress. And then from the Democrats' perspective, you can get like milquetoast reform, but there will never be the energy. We're talking about, I mean, like, especially for people living in like relatively rural areas, I just don't think there's much respect, deservedly so. There's just not much respect for this like smug institutionalist, meandering that Democrats are so proud of. This, they go low, we go high. The only way to get anything done is through like quiet, slow passage of legislative, bills or whatever. They want fiery messaging, and who wouldn't, given their circumstances, right? Like we're talking about dying communities where the nearest hospital is like a 30-mile drive away that has like 3 doctors on staff at any given point in time. Like, of course, they want radical solutions. The Republicans have taken to talking about how this country will, I don't know, literally fall into a pit to hell if Democrats take over. And the Democrats have responded to this by just ignoring like half the country entirely with their messaging, whereas Republicans are willing to spend money on roundabout ways of appealing to people in major urban and industrial areas. Democrats do nothing to try to see the opposite, and we get this like infinite pocket of red representation in states that have disproportionate electoral and Senate voting power, by the way, which is not great for us.
Right. And it goes back to the idea, was kind of what you're saying, is that it's so tepid, right? So like it doesn't even matter if the Republican candidates are full of shit if they look like that they're fighting, right? Because a lot of the times they see the Democratic candidate and they don't think that they're actually fighting for them. And I think that you have to, it has to be a real fight, and you have to stay on message over and over and over again. And I just don't see that happening. And this goes back to, Bernie was criticized for trying to keep his eye on working people. You know, I mean, like that's where we're at. And then they wonder why they lose so many districts. You know, what was it, like 1,000 different seats? You know, state and local over that period of time, not too long ago. And they wonder why they lost all that when the candidate in the primaries that was actually trying to talk to the basic working person's life got criticized, you know, for sticking on that message too, you know, they too heavily, I guess.
At least Republicans have the decency to lie about it. I mean, at least that represents some kind of effort on their part to appeal to these groups. You know, we wouldn't have to lie. You don't have. It's preferable if you don't lie, but you have to do something. I mean, Bernie Sanders didn't lie. You know, I mean, he was pretty straightforward with his messaging, and people liked him. You know, Republicans had a hard time attacking Bernie Sanders. Because his you know, I mean, they still did, of course, but it's very difficult when he's so obviously like an outsider. You know, he's an independent. He only ran as Democrat for electoral viability. He's not really buddies with the Democrat Party, which helps tremendously when it comes to distancing him from them with Republican messaging. He doesn't talk down to anyone. He's consistent. He's obviously honest. You know, I don't think it's very tough to frame him as a dishonest guy. You can try. You can try anything. They framed Donald Trump as like Christ-like, you know, but it's very tough. He doesn't make it easy. Yeah, and you know, and Democrats hated him for it because any deviation from the model, you know, the institutionalist Democrat model is a threat. It's a showcase of their you know, of their ineptitude, which they don't want.
That's right. And I said this in the book, or HF said this in the book, that the only reason why the Squad ran in the Democratic Party is because we don't have a parliament system. You know what I'm saying? So like because basically he's being interviewed and he's like, well, why are you running in the Republican Party? And he's like, because I live in a red district. Right. And he's basically saying, look, the Squad would love to run in another party. That's not the system that we have. In the system that we have, you have to play the game. And that's what those folks are doing. The problem with the Squad is that the game that they're having to play, they're not able to criticize the Democratic leadership in the way that I'm sure that they would like to. Right. Whereas in this situation where you're open about being a lefty progressive, you can be as irreverent and critical of the leadership of both parties as you want to, right? You can be as honest as you want to about it, because everybody knows where you're already coming from. And that is, I would think, would be a huge breath of fresh air, because some people would see it as a novelty. That's fine. The novelty is what gets you the spectacle and the attention to be able to ask those big questions, right?
Oh, and it draws people's attention too, you know? If you're like,
right,
well, why are you even running as a Republican? Oh, well, you know, I'd like to think my real interests are to support working people. I'm running as a Republican because that's the only thing you can do in this county. You know, like just the obvious appeal to practicality, I think, is in a lot of people's minds respectable, because it suggests a kind of authentic political drive that distances you from like ordinary like politics, like from ordinary like in-group politics, you know. I don't know. I think people tend to respond well to that if it's done well. If you don't come across as being, you know, duplicitous or overly ambitious.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Time has passed remarkably quickly, probably because we agree on so much. We're 10 over the hour. I really appreciate you coming on. I don't mean to rush you off. Was there another point you wanted to hit on, or like obviously you should say the name of your book again? For the short attention span of our audience.
Yeah, I'll definitely do that. And but I did want to ask you though, just really quickly, was there anything? And let me say this too, man. You know, we'd had a few emails back and forth, and it was sparse. And I kept thinking, man, am I getting ready to come on this show and get taken to the woodshed? So I'm glad that we did agree on a lot of stuff. But I'm curious if there was anything that you thought, no, I'm not buying that. I think it's a terrible idea. I was just curious about that.
No, well, I mean, my main concern would be like so I'm very anti-Republican Party because right now they basically just seem to be like four bad things. There's a potential future where they're not. I mean, we had a whole party switch 50 years ago, right? Like in 50 more years, somehow it could end up being like any party could believe anything. It's not really like an inherent thing. My main concern would be the idea of trying to like outflank the left through economic populism and making concessions on progressive issues in the Republican Party. Because a lot of people advocate for that. I think that's horseshit. You know, there is no people's struggle without like, you know, linking arms with progressive issues. So, but you haven't talked about that. So if like outside of that, you know, that's my main concern. And that can be addressed too. Also,
Yep,
you're not going to like,
absolutely.
you're not going to change the course of the Republican Party by attempting to like introduce diverse ranges of ideas in like local races in some very, very red areas. You know, that lefties aren't that powerful. We're not going to derail the entire GOP. But and if you're honest about it, if you're straightforward, you know, that would entail a you know, like it wouldn't involve that duplicity. Even if people in that vein got very powerful politically, it would never turn into some kind of stronger reactionary force because we could only ever go up from there. There's no
Yeah,
downside
exactly.
to the GOP
Exactly.
having more lefty progressive power in it at all.
Right.
There's no harm to that.
That's right. And,
Outside of some insane, like the lefties in the GOP fight to get the fascists in the GOP power, but I think that
right.
that's like fantasy politics. I don't think that's I don't think that's a real thing worth thinking
Right.
about.
And I think that there's a hidden gem in there as well that I didn't think about when I was writing the book. And that is that if this was to, if you could get multiple candidates, I would love to see multiple candidates because then it looks like a movement, looks like a block. But if you were to do this in multiple areas, after you're done, it's not just that you could go back and organize those places. It's that you could run referendums on a lot of these issues, and there'd be a lot of these Republicans that would be willing to give those a serious thought where they might not have before as well. I think that would be an important strategy to go along with that. So yeah, and I want to say this too, just really quickly about the book. Michael Albert was interviewing me, and he was saying that, look, I don't know about this, the strategy. I think it's interesting, but he thought that the book was valuable in the sense of giving lefties and organizers and activists a good read on how to talk to folks, right, and to be able to reach out in an authentic manner that could actually meet folks where they're at. So he thought that was, and the more I think about it, and more I look back on the book, I think that is something that's useful in the book as well. But so again, the name of the book is "Don't Think of a Republican: How I Won a Republican Primary as a Lefty Progressive, and You Can Too" by H.F. Valentine. And I'm not trying to. I didn't write this book to make money. If you want to read it for free, if you go to unsafemedia.com/Republican. At the bottom of it, there's a free PDF there if you just want to read the thing for free. So that's unsafemedia.com/Republican. And I could give it two shits if you buy the book. If you do, that's great. But I would love for people to read it and to get whatever they can out of the book. And I really, really appreciate you giving me the time to actually talk with you about this, because I've been watching you have these types of debates with folks about really serious, hard to talk about issues, and I think that you do a really solid job on it. And so I thought that this would be up your alley. So thanks for making the time.
The pleasure has very much been mine. Thank you very much for coming on. I'm sorry it took so long with the email back and forth. That's just me being organizationally deficient. It's nothing personal. I've enjoyed our talk very much.
All right, excellent. I hope we can do it again sometime soon.
Yeah, absolutely. You know my email. You have a wonderful day, okay?
Thanks, Bosh. We'll see you.
See you. Bye. Well, that was nice. My lesson from that conversation is that leftism is good. I think leftism, it's good when leftism, in my opinion. you know. Yes, yes, I'm sure you all paid attention the entire way through. You're all very good pog champs or whatever. Time to steal his content by reading his book to us on stream. Something tells me he would like that. I went to see Tim Heidecker's show live last night in DC. Hell yeah, happy to hear that. Yeah, Tim's cool. Woo! NATO released a statement regarding the Kosovo situation. Oh, Christ. Press release, communicate the press, NATO for immediate release. Overall security system in the situation in the northern municipalities of Kosovo is tense. The NATO-led KFOR mission is monitoring closely and prepared to intervene to stabilize justifies, of course, with mandate coming from UNSC Resolution 1244 of 1999. Our NATO-led KFOR mission is fully focused on the daily safe security for the freedom of all movement of the people of Kosovo. KFOR maintain. So is what did Kosovo do? It's not Kosovo that did anything. Isn't it the Serbians? Basically, a bunch of Serbians who are ass-pained that they can't fucking personally rape and kill more Albanians are like, Lamau, what if we like randomly set up blockades and like harassed Kosovans and like fucked them up or whatever? Isn't the shit? Dude, guys, real question: should Serbs even exist? I'm pro. Black pill me on ethnic cleansing. We need like the Kalergi plan, except for Serbians. Okay, we need to like send a bunch of, I don't know, Irish people there to like fucking dilute their population or whatever. You mean Orthodox Croats? Tell them to that. Interlocutors. NATO also continues to fully support the normalization process between Pristina and Belgrade through the EU-facilitated dialogue. Oh boy. The Serbs started shooting at people? Yeah, I saw. Is Serbia an ethno state? They wish. I mean, maybe. I don't know. Not really, no. I had a Bosnian roommate in high school who found out a girl in our school was Serbian, nearly spit in her face. Ha! Justified. I'm against needless ethnic tensions, unless the ethnic tension is anti-Serb, in which case I'm in favor of needless anti-tension. Are we in the anti-Serb arc? We've been on the pro-Albanian arc for a while, which means that we are in the anti-Serb arc. You can't be an Albanian nationalist and not be incredibly racist against Serbians. Unfortunately, it's very much you know, both or neither situation. Yeah, anarcho-Albanianism. Jesus Christ. Have you seen that average Serb versus Albanian debate? I've seen variants of it. I've seen the vibe. I don't know the history, what happened. Oh god, it's a whole thing. Ethnic Serbs in northern Kosovo blocked roads near two key border crossings with Serbia as tensions rose in the region a day before two Kosovar government regulations involving Serbian-issued license plates and ID documents came into force. The Kosovar government has said on August 1st travelers arriving from Serbia will have their Serbian-issued documents exchanged for new entry-exit identification documents issued by Pristina, valid for 3 months. The policy matches a long-standing practice that Belgrade employs for Kosovo citizens visiting Serbia. In addition, a new regulation regarding license plates will come into effect August 1st. Ethnic Serbs in the region of northern Kosovo have been using car plates issued by Serbian institutions since the war in 1999 with acronyms of Kosovo cities. The government in Kosovo regards the plates as illegal, but has tolerated them in 4 northern municipalities with Serb majorities. Kosovo will now require those plates to be replaced by Kosovar-issued plates with the RKS acronym for Republic of Kosovo. Car owners will have until the end of September to make the changes. Is this really over license plates? Sometimes it can be the most trivial shit, you know? It's over a lot of things. There was gunfire earlier today. It's not about the license plates. It's about nationality. The license plates are just like the, you know? It's like how when you have an argument with the roommate that you hate over, like, washing the forks. It's not really about the forks, you know? It's about your roommate. All right, we're going now to Albanian Daily News, my one-stop shop for pro-Albanian nationalist literature. A police officer and 2 citizens were injured during shooting at Serbia-Kosovo border this Sunday evening at Novi Bazar, local media reported. So far, it was learned the injured Serbian citizens were transported to hospital in Mitrovica as tensions continue to escalate. Earlier this day, an extremist politician, Vladimir Djukanovic, warned that Serbia might be forced to be involved in the denazification of the Balkans. Dude, it's just straight up Russian shit. Of course it is. Extremist politician, first name Vladimir, justifying imperialist aggression by calling for denazification. As if, like, every other Serb wasn't a Nazi. Guys, are we calling it? Is every other Serb basically not just a Nazi? Come on. Come on. Come on. It's true. They know it. I know it. Anti-Semitism in Serbia. Where's that anti-Semitism in Ukraine thing that everyone uses, where Ukraine is like the least? Is Serbia in that? Here we go. Wait, where's Serbia here? Nice resolution. Well, I can see the not compressed version. It actually says that Serbia has only 7% of people who wouldn't accept a Jew as a neighbor or like a countryman. So actually, this shows that Serbia is not very Nazi-like at all. It looks like my ethnic bias has really cropped up yet again. My just deep hatred of Serbs. It's 5% for Ukraine, 7% for Serbia. But we're not seeing Kosovo's number. What if, oh shit, what if Kosovo and Albania are more anti-Semitic than Serbia? Oh no. Oh shit. Wait. And this chart leaves out Serbia, Kosovo, and Albania. Wait, what are they hiding from us? Wait, hold on. Why are they operating in the dark? What the fuck is going on? Oh god. It's an EU chart. Well, US and Europe. They have Bulgaria. I mean, you can fit them in. You weren't supposed to find this out? Yeah. Vosh, even as a meme, what did Serbs do to deserve you talking about this? The fucking Albania, Serbia, Kosovo shit. We learned about it on stream. We salute the glorious Albanian people and their right to autonomy. It was a whole genocide. It was a whole thing. NATO got involved. We bombed the fuck out of them. Bulgaria is in EU. It just says US and in Europe. So, okay. Yeah, I saw that water chestnut. What's the timestamp? Oh, I don't know. That question, though? It's not a serious... Just don't worry. Okay. We're really looking at the current conflict. Kosovo... Oh, God. This is from 3 hours ago. Kosovo closes 2 border crossings with Serbia. Oh, Jesus. Kosovo police say they shut the Bjernjak and Jarinj border crossings due to roadblocks Serb protesters. The NATO-led KFOR mission described the situation as tense and was prepared to intervene. Let's go! Let's go for the 3rd NATO special operation! Absolutely. We're doing it. The goddamn anti-Serb Boogaloo round 2. Absolutely. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? Yeah. Well, if tensions erupt, Serbia realizes we're just going to do it again, right? It's not like Serbia has... Wait, Serbia doesn't have nukes now, right? I'm 99% sure Serbia doesn't have nukes. Okay, yeah. Serbia does not have any nukes. None of the former Yugoslav states have nukes. Okay, I'm just making sure. Yeah, we can do whatever we want. NATO, liberate the Albanian people. That's the meme, you know. You know people like Xi Jinping, fire when ready, okay? NATO, the Albanian people are crying out for peace. They're crying out for liberation, okay? Only you and your 10,000 jet fighters of Jesus Christ the Almighty can save Kosovo from Serbian aggression. Fly. Giving Balkans nukes is a bad idea. Dude, if we gave any of the Balkan states a nuke, they would use it by that afternoon. Are you fucking kidding me? Jesus Christ. They wouldn't even get it back to a hangar or like a storage like it would be fired like at the trade-off point. They would get it at the airport, and before it even left the airport, somebody already would have, yeah, they would catapult it. They would like the fucking US dignitaries would give Albanians a nuke, and they'd be like, okay, thank you, and they would load it up onto their biggest plane, and then fucking kamikaze the plane into Serbian territory in the hopes that it will explode on fucking contact. There's no, absolutely not. Can we have another? I should have never broken up Yugoslavia. All the former Yugoslav states should just be... Have you guys ever seen Escape from New York? Where they turn all of New York into like a big, like, crime... Like, all the criminals get dumped there? That's the former Yugoslav states, okay? Just, like, fence off the entire area. And just, like, whatever. Good luck. We will lift the fence when there is one Yugoslav survivor remaining, and you will be the leader of the former territory. Good luck. It's the only way. Hey, Slovenia's nice. Yeah. You're laughing, but we are your future. True. Alright, well, I mean, honestly, with NATO saying that they're willing to intervene, I doubt anything's going to happen here. I don't think anyone in the Serbian government is insane enough to push for tensions over something as trivial as, like, license plate laws when NATO is willing to do that. You can't deny Serbia got shafted super hard throughout pretty much all of its history. Oh, yeah, dude. It's the fucking Balkans. Yeah, of course they got shafted super hard. I don't think that justifies genociding Albanians, though. I don't think that makes that okay. I still think they should not do that. If possible. You know, ideally. And we looked at it earlier, Morgan. It's unfortunate. How the fuck do you pronounce that? Ljub Ljana. How do you is the J a Y? Ljubljana? 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 How the fuck does that work? Ljubljana? Where's the I noise in the second? Okay, whatever, sure. Gorgeous, thriving city. Let's look up Slovenian capital. Schniff. It's really fucked up. Oh my god, dude. It's so fucked up how these European Baltic countries or whatever, or Balkan countries have a GDP of 5, and they're more beautiful than American megacities. Like, American cities have the GDP of, like, a fucking, like, intergalactic empire, and they're ugly as sin. And then it's like, we're Slovenian, we eat fish, and we sell fish, and GDP is, checks pocket, 7 Slova bucks. And then their fucking cities look like this. Disgusting. Sorry for the Russian accent. I have no idea what Slovenians sound like. I know Zizek's voice, but that's Zizek's voice, you know? What the fuck, dude? I don't think we even have this color in America. Do we even have this color? Is this like a Slovenia-specific color? This looks like candy. I want to eat it. We used to have this color. Oh god, we used to be a real country. Fuck, dude. Can you imagine having, like, a date and going, like, let's go on the brunch boat, and you get brunch, and it's like a croissant and coffee, and then you go on the boat, and you just get to go under bridges and see pretty candy-colored buildings while talking. Holy fuck! Dude, I would go on Tinder dates not even for pussy. I would go on Tinder dates just to have a good time on the brunch boat. Jesus Christ. This is what they took from you. Maybe I'd leave my house. Yeah, this is fucked up, man. Here we go. Here's the city from a more above ground. That's so nice. I mean, I can tell, like, I can see there's no building here that's above, like, 5 stories or whatever. But, like, dude, at least shit looks good. They have a castle on the hill. That's the castle. Look, that's the castle. We're seeing it from this angle. Look at that. Yeah, in America, this would be a strip mall. Not all cities look like that. Well, we're looking at the capital right now. I'm sure most of Slovenia does not look that nice. Here's what the town that I'm in. Ooh, Galway. Yep. Here's my good IRL friend Galway in fucking Canada. Glorious North American suburban sprawl. It's not even America. But Canada and America have very similar problems when it comes to suburban sprawl and, like, car dependency. There are actually some parts of Canada that are worse than America because Canada has so much unused open space. What's the... hold on. What's the prettiest Serbian city? We have to know our enemy. Most beautiful Serbian view from plane. Belgrade. Yeah. Bleh. 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 Versus glorious, natural Albanian landscape. I did not cherry pick these pictures at all. I did not Google ugly Serbian buildings and beautiful Albania. It's fully impartial. Yeah, literally all of Albania is like that. Here you go. Here's a stock photo, okay? This is what life is like in Albania for all people, okay? All the time. It's just always exactly like this. Fuck, dude. Serbia actually has some really nice pictures. Oh, no. The color grading on this photo is fucked, but it still looks like a cool area. Okay, guys, here's the plan. We liberate Serbia for the Albanians. All right? NATO action. We simply create Greater Kosovo. Chat, hypers if you're in favor of Greater Kosovo. United Kosovo. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck, dude. Serbia looks way better than Albania. Fuck. Okay, yeah, Greater Kosovo it is. Alright. So, casually joking about war and ethnic bloodshed aside, how y'all doing? That's true, Zoth. That's true. Could just balkanize them more. That's true. We could always form, like, 18 minuscule ethno-states from what used to be Serbia. That'd be good, probably. Maybe not. Do you believe this is from a U.S. city? What is this? I mean, it could be. Like, jokes aside, any photo of anything can be from anywhere, right? Wherever this is from, it's beautiful. I don't know if it is a U.S. city, because I don't know of any U.S. city that has a tradition of burning pyres on the riverfront, or having, like, a guy in a fancy hat. This doesn't look American, but I guess it could be American, because you're trying to, like, trick me, right? Either way, it's pretty. U.S. flag? Oh, I wasn't even looking at the flags. Whoops. Have you talked about the David Hogg shit at all? Nah, we'll do more politics tomorrow. Today we're chilling. I'm not going to be able to stream the day after tomorrow. Unfortunately, Vermin, my beloved friend and roommate, is going on a long travel, a long journey. I'm not going to see them for a couple months, so I want to spend the day with them. Months? Yeah, they're headed over to Australia. I'll have to get my own coffee. I still might reflexively clap and shout Vermin when I need coffee. But it will not produce any outcome. Yeah. Yeah, out in the outback, I know. Down under. Vosh might actually go outside. I've actually been getting a lot of sun lately, like 30 minutes of direct 90-degree UV baked sunlight a day. I actually didn't yesterday because I felt my shoulders getting a bit roasted. I don't want to get fucking sun-induced skin cancer. Be careful about that. How are you not dead of skin cancer already? Well, it's only been a week. Just use sunscreen. Nope. Absolutely not. Not a chance. Oh, did I talk to you guys about the dream I had last night? I had a dream about the nicest cock. It's actually insane, you know. Most of my dreams, the cock is my cock. You know, I'm not more. I know this is gonna sound crazy given how many trans people there are in my audience. I don't want to offend you or whatever. Generally, more of a deep dish pussy kind of guy. You know, like I'm fine, but you know, don't just generally speaking. You know, we're maybe like what 60-40. You know, like we're not talking about like a massive, you know, disparity. Anyway, it was a nice cock. It was just a nice cock. Heterofag, yeah. It's good. It's nice. That's all. It's really nice. Who's he talking to? What I'm talking to you guys. Who else would I be talking to? What? Who else would I be talking to? I'm live streaming. What constitutes as a nice cock? Well, it was really big. You know, that was part of it. I'm a size queen. You know, I like huge dicks. Who's he talking? What is happening? Okay, you know, you're all trying to rube me. You're trying to throw me for a loop-de-loop. I'm not falling for it. I know perfectly well you can all hear me. It's a Twitch meme. Ignore it. Okay, yeah. I'm out of the loop on Twitch memes. Bosch on a Vania scale of 1 to 10 rate. Not too veiny. It was like I feel like okay, how weird can we get? I can get away with it, you know. Okay, so it was Black Dick, you know, and it was this shy, skinny, twinky guy who was fixing my computer, you know, but his dick fell out. It's a dream. What are you gonna do? Big dick, right? He was real shy about it, but he didn't put his dick away, and I was like, damn, nice dick. And I touched his dick. It was great, okay? But I feel like veiny dicks look you know, you cancel me if you will, but I'm right. I feel like they look better on like darker skin because on lighter skin it's the aesthetic is distracted by the fact that through the lack of melanin you can see the blue or the red of like the veins beneath it, but on darker skin you can't. So instead it's just like a textural addition rather than a deviance from the color palette. You know what I mean? If you know, you know. I'm not arguing on this. You know, if you know, you know. I'm biased too because it was my dream. So it was just like a nice, proper dick. Big dick. Yeah, the Snickers effect. Exactly. It's very good. Yeah, like the Snickers effect. Yeah, yeah. The BBC thing is a myth? Yeah, it is. I'm not saying it's like big black dick. Like I look at this guy in my dream and I'm like, oh my God, your superior black genes for such big black dick cuckify me, sir. I'm just saying it was a black guy, you know. That's you people, you hear, you know, black guy dick, whatever, your head fills with all the black porn, you know, all the white actresses you've seen get vacated by black dick or whatever. You know, for me, it's just a black guy. That's because I'm not racist, unlike you, you know. I'm perfectly in tune with you know, with human egalitarianism. You couldn't understand. Anyway, it was a big dick. Are you sounding like a New Yorker today? It's one of my stock, don't take me too seriously, tones of voice, you know? If you sound a little bit silly when you say something, people are less liable to think you're serious. A huge part of my humor is saying shit that's really dumb, but in a tone of voice that I hope people will understand it's a joke in. And I notice that oftentimes when I get canceled, it's by people who don't pick up on the joke. Like that Tacoma Wet thing, you know? Like, very obviously me, you know, like, oh, yeah, the whole city, they lit a funeral pyre because my dick was no longer on the market, you know? But if I do it in a funny voice, everyone knows that I'm joking. But if I do it in, like, a semi-serious voice, nobody can tell, even though the content is the same. So, yeah, we gotta be careful about that. Was it circumcised or nah? I think it was circumcised, yeah. I couldn't tell if the dick was hard or not. It was, like, way big, but it was, like, pointing down. That's a good aesthetic. When the dick is so big that it's heavy, and even if it's half hard, it points down. I think dicks look the best when they're half hard, you know? That might be because I'm a top and not a bottom, you know? Maybe if I was a bottom, I'd feel the other way. Does that mean it was a shower, not a grower? Yeah, shower, not a grower. Okay, what are these links that I saw? This is a very gay stream. Whoa! It could have been a girl. I might just be saying guy euphemistically. You don't know. Most girls have penises, you know? Alright, what was I saying? The woman says... Oh, the Mom Life Comics person is responding to the harassment. This one goes out to all the new trolls who come over for my Twitter, say horrible things, judge me and my marriage for just a few comics. Don't waste your time. I'll keep blocking, deleting like crazy. A Taylor Swift song lyrics. Oh, and if a troll tries to engage with your comments, my old post, please ignore and I'll delete ASAP. Okay, gotcha. Guys, I'm not even explaining. It's the Peach Lady. I'm not getting into it. I'm not getting into it. I think it's funny that people are going after her. Not like going after, like harassing direct. I mean, like making fun of her, you know? Very, very funny. Why did I have this looked at? Alt-tabbed. I feel so bad for single men looking for a good woman. Oh, it's all the people that she slept with. Is there a second page? I feel like 50 isn't that many. I guess depends on how old she is. I don't really know. High school, high school, high school, high school. Oh, hotel I worked at. If she works at a pub, I guess she would be fucking a lot of coworkers, right? 50 isn't that many? I mean, if you're like a slutty chick or whatever, like you love getting railed, then like I don't think 50 is that many. I don't know. Is this different people? Yeah. Like 50 in a row? I mean, if you count the whole of her life as in a row, then I guess 50 is a ton. What the fuck? That's only one a week for a year. Yeah, if you want to do a lot of casual hookups, I mean, yeah. 50 is a lot if you're an average-looking dude. Yeah, but that's not an average-looking dude. That's an above-average-looking lady, I assume. 50 instances or 50... No, 50 different people. I'm my friend group slut at 31 and I've slept with 20 people. Doing it at 9. Okay, guys. I'm not judging you all. I'm not saying it's unimpressive. I'm just saying, like, if you're going to make some statement about how all women are sluts or whatever, like, having a woman in her 20s who works at, like, a pub who slept with 50 or so, like, I don't know. I guess it's just not that impressive to me. Like, I'm not shaming her. I'm just saying, like, this isn't like I don't look at this and instantly my brain lights up as neurons fire, telling me that this is an insane, you know, shit, or, you know, like, whatever. This is absurd. I mean, you could fuck one new person a month, and you would have this in, like, 4 years, right? Like, if all you have to do is, if, like, one group were, like, a threesome, you double that. Like, yeah, you can, yeah. I mean, again, like, I'm not saying it's not a lot of people. I'm just saying, like, it's not such a shockingly large number of people that I look at and I go, like, oh my God, that's crazy. Our Western civilization is falling apart, Make sure to get tested, folks. Are we going to ignore the high school partner post? Yeah, I think that means she was in high school. Like, those are people she slept with when she was in high school. Which, I mean, yeah. Let's hope. I think that's what that means. I think that's why that's at the top of the list, because she started having sex in high school. As many of us did. Who gives a fuck about how many people someone sleeps with? I give a fuck. You know why? Because if some chick gets railed often and she's bad at sex, I will judge her for it, okay? You know what changes? My set of expectations, okay? If you're like, oh yeah, I fucked like 50 guys, okay, then you'd better know how to arch your back and suck dick. If you're like, I'm no excuses from you here. You've had practice. I don't want to hear it, it's like, oh, it's my first time. Well, if you're a virgin, sure, I don't care. But if you've been doing all that, you haven't learned anything. Like, what the fuck are you doing? The trap of expectations? Well, I mean, you better be learning. Otherwise, like, what the fuck? What are you doing? But can you eat it out? Well, I've never eaten pussy in my life because I heard once that you are what you eat. And I stoically refuse. Women are into that confidence, They look at me and they're like, oh, you've never eaten pussy. Oh my fucking God, you must be crazy good at giving dick. And then I suck at it. Guys, learn to eat pussy. It's not hard. Okay, we're not doing a sex talk today. Stop. We're not getting into it. No chance. The taste though? What, dude? Pussy doesn't taste bad. What? No, I'm not getting into it. Stop. No. Are you going to turn TTS on? Yeah! First, I got to read donos. Semi-Locon gifted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 donations earlier in the day. That's really kind of you. Thank you. My goodness. Giving reparations. Force. Yeah. Very kind. Wumpy Jumps, the gifted sub. Ash, the gifted sub. Cadser with the gifted sub. You people are humanitarians. 419 no icons. Thank you for the tier 2 sub. I refuse to practice my pronunciation of legislator and legislator. I refuse. For the same reason I'll never eat pussy. I shouldn't do that as a joke because I know people are gonna think I'm serious. Whatever. Socialist TIRF. I'm just gonna say TIRF instead of turf. Can't make the stream today. Take my money from the past. Thank you. I appreciate that. It's very kind of you. Well met kinsman, thanks to 10 bucks. Vosh, this is the chatter whose Republican family came over for a week. They straight up gave me COVID, but also got me a car. How do I feel about this? Really depends on whether or not you live. If you live, I say net positive. If you don't, I say net negative. Real ups and downs. Life sometimes. Sorry to hear that, Rapipotamus. Carbonated Peach Milk, thanks to the gift of tier 1 sub. Really appreciate that. Comrade Simric, thank you for the $5 and the recommendation. Jason here with the tier 3 sub. Sub once again. My Johnny, I'm really loving playing Fallout New Vegas recently. Also, Voosh, didn't you say there would be more transmass creators? What about me, Ree? Well, I don't know about the stuff you create outside of your chatting. So I'm kind of in the dark here informationally. But I love and trust you and believe in you. Madeline Gibson with the $20. Thank you. Hope y'all doing well. I just suddenly got sad and started reminiscing about exes. Hope y'all put being here safe. No. Don't reminisce about exes, okay? I promise you. The memories are better than the experience. You can never go back in time. you know, it's always better to move forward. I always reminisce about exes. They were wonderful people. Well, maybe you're a wonderful people who will attract other wonderful people. Rural, thanks to the tier 3 sub, Almost Dinosaur for I Love You. Really appreciate that. And Carbonated Peach Milk with the $5. Look at this dog I'm watching. She's a Shepherd Husky mix. Sorry. And she's 8 months old, I think. Ooh, homophobic dog. Friend. Got them vibes. Thank you, Archmage. I appreciate that. All right, let me turn on text-to-speech, and we're gonna play Metro. I want to get done with this game so we can move on to other games and not be stuck on one for a year. That'd be good. Hell yeah, funny rhetorician. Happy to hear that. Okay, let me turn this on. Enabled. Trying to get faster turning this on. You have to. I've got like 20 clicks and pages to go through because the way Streamlabs is set up. A little annoying, but it's not a huge deal. Okay, remember, we're trying to kill, like, basically nobody in this section of Metro. Like, the only people we're trying to kill here are, the bandits. The pirates and the children of the forest we're trying not to kill. Yeah, I gotta be careful. Okay. Let me get the game started. Dun 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 dun. Okay, the way we got this working before was that we turned off the display and we turned on the game capture. That was how we got the lag to go away before. And even then, we still had lag. That's just how it is. GTS on? Should be. I just had a brief tummy grumble, but you'll be happy to hear that I don't have it. Oh, speaking of, anymore.
Yummy cummy in my rumbly tummy.
That's not why my tummy grumbled. Oh, is any of this playing? I don't think I set the game capture properly. We can hear but not see? Okay, hold on. Game capture. Okay, let's see if that works. Game capture. Yes! Nice! Okay, we're good to go. No! Our wife isn't at the opening menu screen because she's sick.
Мне трудно назвать себя религиозным человеком, но сейчас я прошу всех богов.
We have to save my wife!
Храните Аню, и пусть долина излечит ее недуг. А пока мы с Алешей едем в разведку. Мало ли какие опасности таятся в этой долине. Хотя Алеша, по-моему, и правда считает, что там...
Okay, we're trying not to kill anyone. Here. Okay, right. Okay, we're down here. Okay. Okay, right, yeah. Okay. Okay. We're trying to not kill the pirates as we get on out of here. We want to go this way. Oh, thank you, Skunkbag. I don't know if I can go over it on stream, but if you email it to me, I can give it a look in my free time. That's awfully cute.
Emergency alert, be on the lookout for a late 20s white man with glasses in the wider Seattle area. He has been spotted ASSUALTING young horses.
I see, because you misspelled assaulting. I was wondering. True. We'll keep an eye out. Okay. We have to make our way through this little fortress facility they have, and we cannot kill anyone, so we don't want to shoot them. There aren't really long-range, non-lethal options, so we just have to, like, punch them.
Do you know why Putin couldn't wait to take over Ukraine? He has a habit of rushing into things.
True. Correct. Okay. We're gonna bop him. Wait, he's facing our way. That's not how stealth games are supposed to work. He's supposed to have his back to us.
You can't spell Joseph Robinette Biden without John Bidet shit P boner.
That's true. I've done the math on that. Okay.
Boosh, I look up to you because you are nice, good, gay, socialist, strong, homophobic, transphobic, racist, bad, and especially because you are gay. Fart, 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 fart.
Most coherent Vaushite dono. Vautist dono. Thank you. Also true. Okay, look. We're about to be so ethical with our... We're about to be goddamn Solid Snake. We're gonna be Splinter Cell guy. We are the Knight. We are Batman. Is that a ladder? No, it's just a door frame. We're gonna be Sam Fisher. I don't know why I jumped there. I didn't mean to. Oh, shit. Okay, if I take that guy out, everyone here is gonna know.
Hey, how do y'all feel about the show Modern Family? I used to think it was pretty cringe, but now it's a comfort zone for me.
I've never seen it. Wait, is that the like R-rated one or whatever? Isn't that the like edgy one where it shows dick? Or am I thinking of a different one? Punch.
Can we get a Guitar Hero stream after Metro and Fury?
Guitar Hero? No, we cannot, as a matter of fact. Why doesn't this have a scope? I thought I had a scope. No, no Guitar Hero. I used to be pretty good at Guitar Hero, actually. Why? I just pressed the button because I'm playing a video game. I didn't think it would do anything. I thought I was grabbing something.
If I was a Coomer, which I am totally not by the way, I'd have to admit that John Doyle has some plump juicy lips ripe for sucking cock, eating ass, and draining balls.
I'm glad you feel that way.
Damn you Bosch, now I want to play Metro, Exodus. I can't help but play what Master plays.
It's a good game. Huh. Okay, wait. Did I get good boy points for that? I didn't kill any of them. It didn't give me the moral flash. The, like, the flash and the noise effect? I don't think so. The game doesn't work like that always. No, the thing said that if I go through that without killing anyone... Well, that guy's dead. That if I don't kill anyone, I get a good boy point. We want to get the good boy points. Why didn't I get a good boy point?
Hey Bunchy Wunchy, have you ever played Saints Row 4? You play as the President of the United States and you can shoot explosions from your hands?
No, but I've always been curious about it. No, that area was supposed to give me a good boy point. Wait, hold on. I want the good boy point.
Birch, me have cure to monkey pox. Me give to you for all you banana and saggy skin kitty. Hurry, me only offer for limited time.
Is this going to be the quality of the donos for the entirety of the TTS stream? Because if so, I can just mute them locally, so only you guys have to hear them. And you can just hear them, and I'll, like, pretend to hear them. You killed a guy by punch? It wasn't a kill, that's a knockout. Okay, in the forest. Avoid killing the children of the forest, both pioneers and pirates, in those camps to get moral points. Okay, so I think it just generally wants me to not kill them. It's not like a specific thing. You set the alarm off, you get a karma point for doing it completely stealth. No, I think you're lying. I think you're completely lying. I think you just made that up. You just made that up, didn't you? You don't even know. You're just making it up to kill them. Mods, kill them. Okay, yeah. Alright. Eh? Oh. Yeah, I'm noticing that the wiki articles on the shit here are pretty bad. They don't really specific... not really specific about shit. Okay. Fuck, I kind of want to go back there and explore. This area is, This area is, pretty linear, though. I don't think we can get back. Maybe we can? I don't know. If we can, we do it later. Okay. That's fine. I have a completionist instinct in these games that I'm gonna have to overcome. Don't you come for me! You attack me, I'm gonna shoot you. No moral points lost for... Oh, fuck. Holy fuck! Oh my god. Okay, just stay still. Just... Nope. No. No, that's not... Okay, stay right there.
You can suck a
Nice.
fuck and you can fuck a suck, but can you conjugate the proletariat while traversing a post-Trotsky-esque, neo-totalitarian dronescape?
What am I
Doubt
supposed
soy.
to say in response to this?
When Ukraine's in trouble, you know who to look to for starting with the hits. It's Putin on a blitz.
That's true. I should just say nothing to the joke, though, no, so I have to be strong. Oh my fucking god. What? God, I wish I had the fucking actual guns. I don't have any money, but can you cover the debate Dylan Burns how with the Rose character? I don't think there's any point. That person's like just clout shark. I don't think there's
Me and
anything of
another
substance there.
Boschite met up today after first chatting on the Canvas Discord. Are you proud of us? Did we do a good?
I am proud of you, actually. Okay! Okay! Holy shit! Just always?
Hey Bosch, wouldn't the metric versus the imperial system be a better example of the arbitrary nature of categories over the periodic table?
What? No, both of them are perfect. Arbitrarity just means that we use it to serve utility rather
If
than... Well,
bedbugs
there's
live
a
in
number of
beds, then
definitions.
where do cockroaches live?
There's no, oh my fucking god, dude, they're everywhere. Holy shit. The periodic table is a perfect example. It's like, objectively correct.
Hey Bosh, it's Louis DeJoy. When is the next time you can come over to blow my geriatric cummy hole? Just go postal on me? Squish, squish, squirt, squirt.
Okay, maybe the wolves won't attack me if I'm here. Oh, bunnies!
This level is like an American werewolf in Ukraine.
Oh. Dude, I don't think
no,
regular
my orange
wolves
name is gone.
howl this much. Okay. I'm not shooting you, dude. It's all good. No.
Правильно, значит, говорят. Не все чужаки злодеи.
No.
Вон и Ольга вашего защищает. Говорит, нельзя его
Fuzzy
без
duck,
лесного суда
ducky
в столбу.
fuzz. Does he fuck? Fuck, he created a neoliberal space capitalist hellscape. Oh Christ, help me, I'm being sent to the
Сможешь ему
oxygen
помочь.
mining
Только
gulags.
прошу, не убивай наших. Они хорошие ребята, все. Просто нам слишком часто приходится
Drop the bass.
защищаться.
Main the bass get lower. Radio say speed it up, I just go slower. High like treble. Pumping on the mids, ya man ain't never seen a booty like this.
Bars. Alright, well, I think he and I get along. We're fine.
Sorry to interrupt Vosh, but how do I send you pics of my roommate's hairless cat? His name is Simon and he's literally from Russia.
Well, traditionally, people link them through their donos, or email. Either works, really.
If black slongs were coke lines, would you snort them? And
Wow.
also, why do birds suddenly appear every time you are near? Spooge berries and cream.
There really is some profound brain damage running through the TTS right now. Some exceptional shit going on. Will I ever cover the Hunter Keffels convo? Nope.
Hot take. But movies aesthetically peaked in the mid-90s to the late 2000s, and then since then movies in general looked worse and lost all texture with some exceptions.
If we're talking about, like, mainstream, big-budget movies, I think I can agree with that to an extent. Well, even then, it's not like movies back then looked that great. It's just like the Marvel movie hyper-generic aesthetic has permeated everything now. And all, like, a ton of movies are just green screen movies. But a lot of shit was bad back then, too, you know? I don't know. It might just be that everything is terrible all the time. Okay. I need not suffer your existence. I can literally just get the crossbow bolts back from your corpses.
If quizzes are quizzical, what are tests?
Oh, fuck, it's like I'm in middle school. Okay, that wasn't a wolf. Okay, those are wolves. Oh
I
my
sneezed
fucking
on the
god.
beat and the beat got sicker. Beyonce all on his mouth like liquor.
Bars. These are the most aggressive... Fucking... Do melee attacks do anything? Okay, I guess we got a kill there. Yeah, keep in mind that whenever you're thinking about, like, a cultural trend in retrospect, you're going to tend to remember the stuff that stuck out, which will usually be better stuff. But movies, like, 30 or 20 years ago were full of, like, really awful comedy sitcom-type shit, you know? It's like all those Christmas movies, where it's like, you know, they're two single parents. The woman wants a good man, and the man needs a good family, because he just works too much. These crazy dudes will learn to love each other, or whatever. And B-movies back then were so bad. Yeah, there were still a lot of bad movies. I don't know. I don't really have a strong memory of what movies were like back in the 90s and 2000s because I was born in 1994. Okay, here we go. Up. Oh. I guess we're just gonna have to kill every fucking wolf. We don't really lose anything as long as we don't get hit, because again, we can just get the bolts back from their corpses. Ray67, YouTube isn't 5+ seconds behind. The website gets the stream from YouTube. YouTube chat lags behind because YouTube's chat apparatus kind of sucks. But the stream will get to YouTube fastest. Oh. Okay, I think that might be the big bear monster. Okay, I'm pretty sure that's the big bear monster. I still want to check out these question marks on the map.
Since I'm banned in Asin's chat, for the dumbest reason imaginable, you're now the only political streamer I watch. Keep up the good coverage, bro.
Wait, why didn't you say what the reason is? That's suspicious. Was it for saying the N-word?
Hey chat, don't forget that Vosh doesn't like it when you... Hey Vosh doesn't like it when you... Slicka slim shady cool.
It's true. When it's attached to money, I can live with it, though. Them flights to Australia ain't cheap. Oh, hello. Oh, hello. Hate it in here. Hey, Metro 2035! Guy's got a good taste in literature. Anything in here? I guess not. Never actually met anyone who called 90s the peak of music. But what about Nirvana? Whoa!
I gave my sermon an urban kick. My rhymes are fly, my beats are thick. My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's cause Jesus Christ is my...
That's true. Sweaty.
Thanks for introducing me to these games. I played through all 3 in the hiatus you took from this one. Lots of fun. Might go back and 100% them.
Yeah, it's a lot easier when chat's not constantly distracting you and donating inane bullshit, but they are very good games.
You should check out John Campia's video on visual effects today. See. More proof unions are needed because the movie industry treats VFX artists like crabs in a boiling pot.
Yeah, I fully agree. The lack of VFX unionification is one of the worst.
People trash the prequels, sequels, but OG Star Wars had plenty of cringe and slapstick comedy.
I don't think people necessarily take issue with the slapstick comedy from the prequels. It's just the prequels just kind of fucking suck.
I want to start a caucus in the DSA.
Caucus. Yeah, go for it. These fucking wolves, dude. That not hit? I don't think that hit. God help me.
Vosh out here killing wild dogs like he is Russia preparing for the Winter Olympics in 2014.
True. I don't know what that's a reference to. Yeah, maybe this would be easier if we were doing it during daytime, so we wouldn't be getting blindsided by all these wolves every time we move through the tree cover. See if we can't find a bed at the next question mark on the map. Oh ho, what do we have here? Whoa, that looks like something that might have a bed in it. Let me the fuck up. Wow, I hate this place. Yeah, well, what the fuck are you gonna do, huh? Quadrupedal pieces of shit. fucking losers. Nah, that's not a wolf. Please tell me there's a bed up here. Gun. Well, crossbow. Excellent. Alright, so clearly someone lived out here.
Had to miss the last few streams, but happy to hear tonight.
I
Thanks,
don't
Josh.
forgive you. Also, thank you. Seriously, really kind of you. Bed! It's just rolled up. Daytime it up, please. Oh. You know, this time lapse really gives the impression that we never closed our eyes and we just sat here motionless. Okay. Sweet. Alright, the dogs might still be active during the day, but, you know, we did what we could. Alright, let's move forward. Son of a bitch. What's the counter in the bottom right? Showing how many kilometers away from Moscow the train convoy we're a part of has traveled. Way of reminding you in-game of the journey you're taking. Which I think is nice, actually.
I wonder how TTS pronounces kumquat. Also, who decided to call it a kumquat? Kumquat.
A genius. It's a great name.
If music peaked in the 90s, it's because of third wave ska. Skank into the future, pick it up now, or die in the past.
I thought it was because of
Signed,
Nirvana.
The Rude Boys Podcast. We love ya.
Nirvamba.
Any plans for a new t-shirt design soon? Maybe a merch fundraiser type deal?
If we do a merch fundraiser, the fundraiser will be for my bank account. Maybe. Nirvana. Nirvana. I think this is the way forward, like the actual, like, story progression way forward. Soda! Da-na-na. Yeah. Great meme. Let me just make sure there's nothing over here before I move forward. Nirvana's okay, but super overrated. I mean, anything that gets, like, mega popular will be overrated. There will be plenty of things that are just as good that don't get as much attention. But let's be real. Nirvana's really good. We can't really deny that, right? Like, yeah, it's really good. I think because there's a difference between something being overrated and something not being good. Lots of things that are incredibly good are overrated, you know? Like, Undertale is overrated, but it's really, really good. Lord of the Rings is overrated, but it's really, really good. It's just a natural product of how culture works, that if things are good enough, they will attract a massively disproportionate amount of attention. Did you know Kurt Cobain was a trans femme? Oh yeah, obviously.
Thoughts on Whitebeard and why he's the most badass character in One Piece?
I mean, he's pretty fucking cool, yeah. I don't want to spoil anything, because I've been reading it, you know, son of a bitch. Like I'm getting, like I got baited into talking about One Piece. Because the trap, you see? It's themes, it makes sense.
Панеры, вы чего? У вас уже есть один, а этот наша добыча. Он на нашей территории попался. А сетка моя, ясно?
Ну а чего ты ее у нас поставил?
People use
И вообще,
overrated
у тебя
and
уже рюкзак
underrated
чужака
way too
есть.
damn often.
За рюкзаком я сам нырял.
That's
Ты,
true.
небось,
I agree with that.
Вы
You
же
guys
пираты,
okay?
у вас и лодок больше.
I remember this part,
Для этого
and
мы
you
недавно
guys should probably
лесной
leave.
суд.
Сыкуны вы все. Это чужак, значит враг.
Ты что, бандит, что ли? Что учитель говорил? Что мы отличаться должны от них. Забыл?
Слышь ты, умный и сильно. Сначала учитель защищаться говорил. Это потом уже он начал...
I warned you.
Забыла, что чужаки тут творили. А он чужак и должен умереть, чтобы потом
Ай.
других не привел.
Так, хватит. Сначала лесной суд. На нем и решим,
Nope.
столбу или нет.
I see a flaw in your trap design. Wow. They're dead? Yeah, their corpses disappeared too, so no looting for me. Assholes. Alright. Were those people gonna eat you? No, they weren't. These people are, not all that bad.
Gen Z be like, I don't like normie music. Instead you should listen to random anime vaporwave anthem breakcore lo-fi remixes on my YouTube liked playlist.
True. Just remember, just because something is popular doesn't mean it's bad. If there's anything that One Piece has taught me to appreciate, it's that fact. One Piece is amazingly popular, and it's also, like, very normie approachable. Like, it's not exactly, you know, complicated. It's pretty appreciable, but it's masterfully done in what it's trying to be. And I think that's respectable, you know? I don't think there's anything wrong with making work approachable. Yeah, like, popular for a reason, you know? Same with Vsauce. Yeah, Vsauce great. Vsauce is also super popular. Of course, Elenita, for sure, yeah. What is this? Oh, it's for this one. I thought it was asking me if I wanted to zip line down this, headbutt the tree, and then fall 50 feet. Okay, I was confused by that. Okay. Hello? Good?
Что, гад, выбрался? Ты молодец. От хозяина леса
It takes real skill to get away from the master of the forest. My dude, you got attacked by a mutant bear. I didn't do anything. My backpack!
Чёртов рюкзак. Пожадничал я.
Can I, like, help you?
Ну, стреляй. Или вали. Мне готовиться надо. Скоро экзамен. Учителю скажу.
Are you dying? Probably.
Наших защищал. Не ссал. Девочек не обижал. Учитель, я пришел. Можно я...
I think you're dying. Sorry, my med packs only work on me, apparently. I can't loot him. Alright, well that was a fucking waste of time. We're doing ethical gameplay now. See, we don't kill them, we just wait for them to die of their own accord. Can't kill and loot their bodies, I just wait for them to get cancer and stalk them for 20 years so I can loot their corpse.
Also listen to Gorilla's new song. It's a highly satirical critique of capitalism and British imperialism.
Do they still make music?
It's called Cracker Island.
I didn't even know that.
Lately I've been feeling like a failure and that I'm falling behind in life. It's made me feel very pathetic and embarrassed. I know it's vague, but any advice?
Yeah, dumbass. There's no such thing as falling behind in or failing at life. It's literally not possible. There aren't inherent objectives or paces tied to those things, you know? Like, you can fail or fall behind at specific objectives in life, but not at the totality. You can't do it at the whole thing. It's literally not possible. There's no point in thinking that, you know. You might think that you're following a different pace than other people, or other people are doing specific things faster than you, but your brain is stupid, and you're not able to effectively differentiate, like, the probabilistic likelihood of their successes in given areas compared to yours. If you know 100 people, some people will be doing better at certain things than you, and all of them will be doing better at something than you. Trying to compare yourself to others and feeling bad about the results is a losing game. It's just, it will never work. You could be the coolest dude in the world and it wouldn't work. That's why there are people who are insecure even though they're like super hot and rich and talented. So don't do it. It's a loser's game. Just try to have fun, alright?
Watch just the first 8 minutes of this. Ted Cruz actually had a decent take.
There's no chance at all of me interrupting a game stream to watch Ted Cruz talk for 8 minutes, but I appreciate the sentiment. Also, I love you. Didn't mean to be rude. Just, you know, being straightforward. Anyway, yeah, Cadet Calzone. Don't worry about it, okay? I know that sounds dumb or like 5-head or 4-head or whatever, but it's true. The only person you should compare yourself to is you yesterday.
Hey, VGG sauce. Soup here, but where exactly is here, and how much does here weigh?
That's true. I love Vsauce. Probably not Tenko. Whoa, whoa! No problems here. I didn't even realize there were dudes out here. If we're dealing with humans, we want it to be nighttime. If it's nighttime, they have, they can't see me as easily. Is there, like, no way around? Is it just one, like, straight shot? Oh, boy. Okay, new plan. Oh, boy. Okay, yep, okay. We're gonna go over here. And de-aggro. They walk by if you wait in the hole. Well, a little too late for that, huh?
Oi, what de FAKU sayin' BAAT Breeboners you lil get? Manin de keed les take a otsoid. Lon, live Queen Liz. Lon live or Liz.
I'm surprised TTS parsed that as well as it did. Let me pee real quick while those guys decide that I'm not a threat to them anymore.
Glad to see all the cool shit the canvassing group is up to and the infrastructure built for it. Will you expand it for things post-2022 election?
Yeah, the apparatus for the canvassing stuff is meant to be transferable to future elections. Have they walked by? Son of a bitch. Wait, are they just gonna stay there at the entrance? Well, what the fuck do I do now? Oh no.
Artyom, this is our final exodus. From the metro, screen cuts to black and the credits start to roll after playing the game for 10 minutes.
I think that's how the game actually ends.
My GF loves your personality but doesn't give a fuck about the details of politics. Your Andrew Tate content had her cackling. Thanks for the normie content.
Yeah, I want to do more of that. We've been doing way too much, like, news, politics stuff lately. It's important to do cultural stuff as well, not just because it's fun and relaxing, but also because it casts a wide net. Fuck, I think I have just to run.
I was having an argument with my uncle about how trans kids valid. But his main disagreement was that kids shouldn't have rights. Very concerning response.
Yeah, a lot of conservatives basically, on a, like in an ideological sense, think of children as property of their parents. Oh boy. Oh god, this is such a bad idea. Yeah. No, Diogo CP27. That's really complicated. It really depends on the country. Okay, we need to not... Kids not needing rights sounds like groomer apology. Oh, literally, yeah. I think there's, like, actually a pretty strong overlap between that kind of, like, your parent controls everything about your life ideology and the, like, predatory grooming of children. As if there's non-predatory grooming, you know what I mean? Not like grooming to be a League of Legends player or whatever, but, like, actual grooming. When anarchists talk about child liberation, that's what they mean. It's an often besmirched term, but it's actually really politically important. The idea of, like, until you're 18, you're literally a property of your parents is, like, pretty fucked up, and it's a pretty modern phenomena. Like, there's no reason things have to be that way.
Adult Swim is premiering Season 2 of Genndy Tartakovsky's Primal, and it's so fucking good. I'd unironically say Genndy's work is on the same level as Miyazaki.
I never saw Season 1. I gotta get on that. No.
Currently struggling against Melania. Any tips?
If you can use anything, I don't know. You can throw a Frostpot when she's about to do her waterfowl to knock her out. Mimic tier fucking Great Shield if you can't dodge the waterfowl.
Her attitude Rihanna, she get it from her mama, she jiggy like Madonna but she trippy like Nirvana.
That's true. I don't know anything about anyone there. So that's pretty true, probably.
My favorite VSA's opening lines are, "Hey, boss here. When will you die?"
Yeah, every Vsauce video is an invitation to an existential crisis. It's just kind of his market, you know? Nirvana. Okay, we're not shooting you, my dude, but we can't loot you either. Good luck in the great beyond. Good luck. Sorry you got mauled to death by a giant bear. Sucks. Mega gay, to be honest. Okay, we're just gonna wait for them to go by. Okay, right here. We're literally just gonna wait. Like, that's all we're gonna do. Come, as you come, as you come, as you come, as you come. As you come, as you come.
Да, давайте в темпе. Надо бы отсюда куда-то. А то либо хозяин, либо волки.
Have you seen the new season of The Boys? It's super fucking sick and Homelander really came into his own as one of the best villains in film, TV.
No, I haven't seen it. I like The Boys, though to be honest, there was something about it that exhausted me. I'm not entirely sure what it is. It might be the thing that makes it good. I feel like the sense of hopelessness that pervades The Boys might be exactly the kind that I don't like in media, not in a political or artistic sense, but in a personal consumptive sense. I would think I need to rewatch it, or at least watch season 3 for me to feel that way exactly. Because I'm not normally opposed to like hyper cynical, doomer, dark, the good guys lose, die, whatever. Like none of the individual components of The Boys are intolerable to me, but there's something about it as a whole that I find exhausting or unpleasant. I don't know. I'd have to think about it more. Evil Superman trope is overplayed. I don't know if you can really say that about The Boys, because The Boys is that trope, like, done to its best, right? Like, you say it's overplayed, but, like, it's the apex of that trope. It's not like it's some little copycat or whatever. Homelander is going to forever be remembered probably as the most, like, you know, resounding example of the but what if Superman evil trope. And it's done really well too, because it's not just if he's evil, it's like wrapped up in like white nationalist corporate hegemony, which, you know, which is more ideologically pertinent than just what if he was like personally evil. I never read the original comic. Maybe on par with Omni-Man. Yeah, I guess Omni-Man is the other big one. It's like Omni-Man and Homelander, but I feel like they're touching on two very different things, you know? Omni-Man is nowhere near as much an example of like a satire of what is wrong with society today, I guess. Or to put it another way, Omni-Man feels like a take on Superman, and Homelander feels like a take on the nature of superheroes and corporate power. Does that make any sense? Yeah, Omni-Man feels like more of a personal thing. It's systemic in universe, but it feels like more of a commentary on like the comic culture than it does corporate culture. Well, you have to get further in, Uncle Twisty, no spoilers. I can't knock him out.
Harlem World, my whole block strapped. Hose all in my jock strap. My whip white but my top black. And my bitch white but my cock black.
That's true. I wonder if it'd be less exhausting if there was like a powerful counterforce. Oh god, we're like, this is like a fortress. If there was a powerful counterforce in The Boys, you know? Because the good guys are such underdogs. Like, they're such underdogs. I wish it was nighttime so badly. Fuck, I wish it was nighttime. What about Butcher and Soldier Boy? Yeah, but they're, like, still underdogs. Bro, watch the new season? Well, I haven't seen the new season. You'll get what you're asking for? Okay. You wanted it to be daytime earlier? Yeah, and now I want it to be nighttime. Circumstances have changed, so have my wishes. Please tell me there's a little bed in here. Oh, there might be. Oh shit, I think there is. Hey. Fuck, not a bed. Please tell me there's a bed in here. Omni-Man isn't an evil superhero, though. Invincible is the Superman parallel. What? No, Omni-Man is absolutely the Superman parallel. He's literally, like, the ultra-powerful, super beloved, like, Americana icon, gruff big dad dude who's, like, the son of a lost world type. Like he's Superman.
Thoughts on the PACT Act vote? As a vet, it's been both sad and hilarious to see my right side family in absolute confusion over Republicans not caring.
I mean, you know my thoughts on it, right? It just feels like there's so little to say. It's so boring to commentate on from my perspective, because it's like, wow, they are evil. They're totally, like, they're just flagrantly evil, and they lie all the time, and they hate you, and they want you dead, blah, blah. It's always the same thing. Can you sleep in this bed? Stop with that! Oh, you can sleep in the bed, but you can only do it from a certain angle? Okay. Nighttime, 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 nighttime. Don't notice me sleeping in your base.
Garth Ennis acts like this edgy nonconformist, but really he's just a Superman fanboy and Alan Moore is a turbo creep. You covered Frank Miller.
I don't know anything about Alan Moore being a turbo creep. I mean, you can say Garth Ennis is like an edgy nonconformist or whatever, but like, I mean, past a certain point, aren't you just being the cynical one? Aren't you being the edgy nonconformist? I mean, Garth Ennis has done a lot of good work.
I adored how the boys handled Storefront and all things around her season 2.
Stormfront, I assume? Might have been an autocorrect thing. But yes. It's exhausting. Thoughts on the assault weapons ban that passed the House? It doesn't matter. It won't pass the Senate. I don't give a fuck about anything passing the House. Nothing matters until the Senate fucking filibuster gets dropped. Like, there's like basically no point. All these bills, like, oh, pass the House. Well, that doesn't matter. It won't pass the Senate. So what is it, like... Okay. I can't interrupt him.
If anything, Omni-Man has the powers of Superman and Mark has Superman's spirit. Two halves of a whole, as it were.
Just keep in mind, I'm only talking about stuff that's been shown in the show. I've read the whole comic. I'm trying not to, like, spoil anything. What the fuck?
Invincible as the Superman. His name is literally Clark, but with an M, Mark. His dad is Zod, though.
Okay. I'm trying to talk about what's present in the show that's shown thus far, where Omni-Man is obviously like the Superman archetype. Oh my fucking god. I don't know, it seems like there's one analysis YouTube video you guys all watch that you're citing, because I made a very obvious bit of commentary, and now, like, 7 people have offered the same type of contrarianism. Those aren't spoilers, though? Well, I mean, given the fact that the last thing that happened in the show was Omni-Man zooting them, yeah, anything about Mark's character development after that point would indeed be...
Writing a D&D campaign. Can I name an NPC after you? Would you rather be a blacksmith or a tavern tender?
Make me a tavern tender. Sorry, I don't mean to be grumpy. I'm just... It's a lot of people with, like, the same thing. Doesn't the show literally have Omni-Man as the Superman stand-in of Justice League Parallel? Yes, it does, because at the beginning of the show, Omni-Man is obviously Superman. Like in every way. From, like, the pose, to the outfit, to the way he's celebrated and treated, to the fact that he's way stronger than everyone else, to the fact that he's seen as, like, an unambiguous show of Americana, and, like, to Omni-Man, the name. Like, yes, everything about it, obviously, is clearly, yeah. You're right, they're citing an overly sarcastic production video. Okay, well, you know what? It's not like I don't cite YouTube videos when giving media takes sometimes, or, like, you know, in my head I cite those, so whatever. Just at the beginning, like, it's pretty...
I am going to use $5 to do good. Chat, I know you have dirty dishes in your room. Clean them. Bring them downstairs. It will take 5 minutes.
True.
Do it.
Do
it now.
It'll take less than 5 minutes, actually. It'll take, like, 1 minute. Sorry, I don't mean to get grumpy. I love you guys. Fuck, we can't knock this guy out because he's drumming. I think if we knock him out, they don't immediately aggro, though. They're just like, where's the drumming? Okay, that's when he spots you. So if he starts... Okay. Never mind. Maybe if I go to the left? If going to the left doesn't save us, then I might just knock him out and then work with the small time window I have to get through. Take him out when he stops. They'll still get you. I remember this from when I... Oh my god! Oh my god! Alright, chat. No spoilers, no advice. It's fine. Most aggressive snakes in the fucking world. Ever tried joining them? Yeah, I just don't know how, in these conditions, any of these guys can identify me as a fucking invader, you know? Like, we're all dressed up to the nines in heavy, like, passed-down military rags or whatever. They just see some silhouette on top of the bridge. That I don't know if I've ever seen a stealth game that does that. Like, a stealth game where if you're a certain distance from an enemy, even if you're, like, partially lit, no one will go after you because they can't tell you apart from their guards. I've never seen that before. Does Hitman count? No, because in Hitman you're disguised as them. I mean, like, in your own gear, because you're just, like, a dude up top. Yeah, almost dead, but that's pretty, like, vague at a distance. Also, imagine if you're in, like, a compound of your guys, and most of you wear furs, and then you see a dude without furs, and your instant response is to scream and shoot them. Like, what if you just had a comrade who wasn't wearing their furs? Oh, shit. I feel like my attempts to not kill anyone through here are leading to me missing a ton of loot, and I'm getting a lot of, like, moral good boy points for it, but I'm also missing a ton of loot. Wait, a doorway? Okay. Workbench, sweet. You're meant to talk to him? Well, I didn't kill him.
Они даже производят весьма сложное оружие. Причем разработали его совершенно самостоятельно и показали мне лишь готовый образец. И в то же время они все еще чтят кодекс. Правда, он стал для них чем-то вроде святого писания, а я сам, похоже, превращаюсь в какого-то мессию. Похоже, я дал им все,
I want a magazine upgrade. That's what I want.
пора отойти в сторонку. Они уже большие.
Uncanny. Look at that. Truly uncanny expression. You sure he's not dead? He's not dead. Alright. Whoa, we're a while away from the way out of here. Oh, and we missed a question mark back there. Whatever. We're trying not to kill anyone. There's no way I can go back. Son of a bitch. We should have gotten a save. I think we got to save when the thing finished recording, right? I think we did. Alright, let's not get caught this time, huh? At least no more snake. Okay, sweet. Yeah. Okay. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let me out. Me. Oh. This is the brightest nighttime. Shh. Those are the weakest... Oh, fuck, it's a gun. Fuck yeah, dude. No wonder these guys have killed me. Now we can easily kill the wolves. Okay, we're going... Which way are we going? Thanks, great. Okay, we want to go this way. What's up? True? What's the food? I'll probably eat it during stream, actually. You could just bring it up to me. That'd be delicious. I love anglicized everything. Because I'm very racist. Okay. Which way? Left or right? Let's... Nope, wrong button. Nope, don't jump. Right, we want to go right. What does right lead to? I love going to the right. The zip line! Okay, guys, we're almost out of here. Okay, I think we did it. All good. Shh.
In regards to my earlier donation about the periodic table versus measuring systems, I meant better as in easier to explain, not better as in more correct.
Yeah, I just think I think it's important to get to the basics of it because if you say like, well, it's arbitrary that we use these measuring systems, we could have like a different inch that represents a different length, and that would just be like a different thing. I don't think that hits on like necessary utility versus pure arbitrarity. But I wanted to hit on...
You often complain about Magic and Souls games being unfun or uninteractive with the bosses. Do you have any ideas for how to have magic done in a game like that?
Yeah, simple. Have mana build up when you use melee attacks on an enemy. Have it so that any magic you use is a reward that you get for good performance. Hollow Knight does this very well. You build soul by attacking enemies, and you can use that to heal yourself, and if you don't take damage and you don't need to heal yourself, you get to use it as a magic attack. Okay, if we... Good job. Anyway, I think it's important to hit on a topic where there's a good reason why things are the way they are, but that still doesn't mean that it's like done because it's true, as opposed to done because of the utility that it provides. No such argument can be made for
like the stream.
True. No such argument can be made for the measurement system because there's pure arbitrarity there, as opposed to arbitrarity based on utility rather than truth value. Does that make any sense? But I don't disagree with what you said, sorry. I need to come off as crass. Also, yeah, like the stream. Alright. Shut up. We can't use these guns on any of these guys, but we'll find bandits eventually, and we'll be able to shoot the fuck out of those dudes. Lootin' and scootin'. Shut up. Okay, I think that's the end of the easy loot. Let's get the fuck out of here. Jesus, Rockfish. We're doing good, guys. Fuck, no wonder. That is the brightest moon in the universe. Holy shit. Can we not do our top secret fortress infiltrations on the full moon, possibly? Shh. It's all good. Hey, we just got a moral point. We got a good boy point. I heard that. Good boy point confirmed. It was all done for a reason. Okay, now that we're out of there, let's customize these guns. Shotgun and pistol. Shotgun. Heavy grip. Double barrel. Reflex sight. We don't need a laser. Pistol. Heavy stock. Long barrel. No scope. 8-shot cylinder. Let's go. No laser. Rootin' tootin'. What do good boy points again? Do again? They keep my wife from dying is the main thing, really. Want the good ending.
Have you heard about the Dord Martinovich butt, anal masturbation incident that led to the breakup of Yugoslavia and a surge in Serbian nationalism?
Yeah, what student of political science hasn't? Obviously. Yeah, kind of spooky in here. So we got good guys. Ooh, Molotov. We got good guys in here, bad guys in here. What's the fuck is that little crocodile? What are you? Little duder? Okay. Okay. All right. Fully agree. Congratulations / I'm sorry to hear that, the big evil. Hold on. I remember this from my first playthrough. This area got me killed a lot. Okay, bandits are free reign for killing. We should silence this pistol. We only have one shot per, before reload with our crossbow. So we should use the pistol. And we should silence it. Even if it reduces our damage. Tragic. Oh. Okay. The thing that I hate about the night vision goggles is that you can't actually tell if you're standing in light when you're wearing them. Or, like, it's really tough to. Okay, you're with the... Okay, these people are clearly prisoners. You're probably evil.
Dynasties destroyed like Carrington's and Colby's noise. Reduced. MF thinks in Dolby. Chop that ass in half like Obi-Wan Kenobi.
That's pretty true. Can I not free you? Oh, you guys got tortured. Yeah, that's not good. Can I not free you? Is there something else I have to do before I can free you? Well, we'll kill your captors, so maybe that'll help. Let's put a scope on this. There we go. Now we're ready for some big game hunting. We'll be hunting the most dangerous prey of all. Man. Oh. Oh, there's a lot of you. Oh, there's a lot of you. Wow, okay, I don't want to start a whole gunfight. Like a whole, you know, rootin' tootin', point and shootin' firefight. Let's move in a sweep. Let's sweep, okay? We're sweeping. See? What? 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 You've got to be kidding me. How is that first shot not a kill? And also, one-shot kill? Okay. Add a stock? We added a stock. Ba-bum. 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 Why doesn't Vosh play Stalker? I have played Stalker. This is a very petty gripe on my part, but I have no idea why people in chat don't ask, has Vosh played X, as opposed to saying Vosh should play X. Yeah, we have the heavy stock on. Man, there are dudes everywhere out there. What the fuck? We're about to massively depopulate this area. Okay. Crossbow bolts are reusable and do more damage. In case any of these guys have helmets, we'll use this as our bit by bit area clear. What the fuck scope is that? Is that a shotgun with a night vision scope? Holy shit, this dude's an innovator. Someone just heard me. Good, honest, Orthodox Catholics. Or Orthodox Christians? Do they call themselves Orthodox Christians or Orthodox Catholics? I forget. Christians? Okay. Is there nothing lootable in this house? No, Soup for the Soul. I haven't heard of it. There we go. Da-dun. 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 Oh, fuck. The sun is rising. Lads, our cloak of night might not last very long. But your life will last even less time. Ooh! Got him. Nice pistol. Could I play Hollow Knight on stream? Nope. I think I already did, didn't I? Also, I've done quite a lot of content in that game. I feel satisfied in my accomplishments. No need for me to go back to it. Oh, shit. Are you gonna play Silk Song? Yeah! I don't know if I'm gonna play Silk Song on stream, though. I do like playing games off stream as well. Playing games on and off stream are two incredibly different experiences. Did I do that? That's what Steve Urkel says. Which is better? I have more fun playing games off stream, but I have more fun streaming on stream. They're different experiences.
Geronimo, I send him to Guantanamo or better yet the Alamo. Macaulay Culkin's Home Alone. It's my sickening to see do my undefeated rope-a-dope.
Because I have to deal with shit like this while I'm streaming, you see? Sorry, Pigeon's sleeping right now, Freddy, and Freddy's girlfriend. She's very cozy.
Vosh, thank you for finally breaking and talking with me in private that you're going to play Stray. Cheers, chat.
Don't believe their lies. Okay. Cleared this area. Is Vosh gonna play Stray off stream? No. Okay, we've got 4 guys. Oh, jeez. Yeah, 4 guys. Guys up in the tower, guys over there. I really don't want to fuck with that group. I think I've heard of it, Cleaver 120. What do you think of Owl House? I think Owl House is good. Pacing's fucked, but apparently a lot of that is studio meddling. No, I don't want to play modded Isaac. The pacing went over. I think one of the issues, too, is that it feels like all these stories have to go the exact same direction. All of them have to star, like, a plucky, charismatic, morally, you know, exceptional protagonist who seems at first to be, like, underpowered, but actually ends up being overpowered because of their plucky determination and idiosyncratic, you know, abilities. And then they live in an unjust alternate world where they have to work together with a ragtag group of heroes to overthrow the regime or some shit.
Fighting evil by moonlight. Winning love by daylight. Never running from a real fight. She is the one named Sailor Moon.
Yeah, basically that. I like stories like that. Yeah, but I feel like it doesn't always fit. I don't feel like it fits in Owl House, for example. I don't feel like it fits at all. There were so many parts of that, like, narrative structure that weren't present that they basically just filled in with, like, styrofoam to keep the structure intact, you know? They didn't establish it properly. Shut up. Hell yeah, Eldorado. To be honest, it was really supposed to be a lot darker originally, but then Disney did what Disney does. Yeah, I get that to an extent, but I think a lot of it is just also... no, man, I don't know. Oh, I thought that would be a two-way trip. Okay. We'll get back up there. Will you... Wait, it doesn't mean anything? It's just the wind? Okay. I think I would have been a lot more entertained by the Owl House if she had been able to go back to Earth relatively early, and a lot of the fucking narrative stakes had been about her trying to, like, deal with being exceptional on the Boiling Isles, but being completely... Oh my god. Being completely ordinary on Earth, you know? Because that doesn't get touched on very much. Her magic only works in the Boiling Isles, right? When she goes back to Earth, she'll go from being, like, super cool, revolutionary stepdaughter to the famous Owl Witch house party, you know? And then she'll, like, go back to being a regular fucking Becky.
Aren't you even just a little bit curious, Vosh? What it looks like to see a Pokemon die, to see the life leave its eyes, to see gods become as weak as man.
Yeah, I'm curious. What the fuck is with you guys? I meant the deer, not chat. But also chat. Maybe Pedrov. You know what we really need, okay? What we really need is the standard, like, plucky ragtag heroes work together to overthrow an evil empire thing, but we need it, we need Disney execs to have the balls to let it be done in real life, okay? Bashir al-Assad, alright? A young, plucky Syrian girl discovers that she's capable of wielding magic, and she... along with a group of quirky friends that she makes along the way, fights back against Assad's tyranny and also against the real puppets of it all, the Kremlin. That's what I'm talking about, okay? No, I have not. Rain hails like bullets. Yeah, Putin is the Season 2 villain. It's like the standard in every one of those stories where they defeat Bashir al-Assad, and then, like, the crackle of the radio set in the back of his palace goes off, and you hear in Russian, like, have you completed task? Have you defeated insolent capitalist bourgeois magic girl and her talking dog? And then the protag picks it up and says, who is this? And then you see, like, in shadows, like the silhouette of Putin sitting in the Kremlin. It zooms out. Guess I'll have to do this myself.
Don't be amazed at the stories I tell ya. I met a woman in the heart of Australia, had a big butt and big titties too, so I hopped in her ass like a kangaroo.
That's true. Are these guys, bandits, or are they pioneers? Okay, they're bandits. Okay, they're talking. Can you at least see any broads over there? Okay, they're probably rapists too. We should kill them. How many rapists? Two rapists. One. 2. Now just 1. 2 ray bursts. This is a very satisfying crossbow. How can they not hear that? It's a game noise. In real life, it's only for us. In real life, crossbows are incredibly quiet. I mean, right? It's just a bowstring. I mean, they're not, like, silent, but they're very quiet. Please? This game is so arbitrary on what it will let you sleep on. Why would you have a bunch of bed models and then just, like, roll the dice on which ones are restable and which ones aren't? It's the same stream, save point. The website just hosts the YouTube stream. The pillow's in the middle. Are you supposed to sleep there? True. They make a snap sound, but certainly quieter than even a silenced firearm. Oh, yeah, like leagues quieter, yeah. Like, a silenced firearm you could hear from several blocks away, easily, on, like, daytime traffic. It's still a gunshot, you know? A crossbow bolt, you could miss the sound of one in a room that you're in, if there's, like, a loud convo, or traffic outside, or cars honking, or whatever. Oh my fuck, you've got to be kidding me, dude. Holy shit, we're going all the way back. Okay, you can tell me that I'm salty if you want. However, I'm gonna say it. I think it's kind of bad game design. Okay, we're gonna move through this way faster than before. To be fair, this is the difficulty option limit save. Yeah, but I don't think it's fair to go, like, it's okay to randomly insta-kill someone unless they're searching the ground for a near-invisible explosive trap because they might have a save recently.
Chat, I need help. How do you get the good ending in FNAF 3? Please help me, please, I am begging for help.
Don't you have to, like, enter a key code onto the wall of the security room? There's like a bunch of like little mini games you have to do. Speed running it is. Let's go. You guys are gonna, like, come up here, right? Do they forget? Oh my fucking god. Average Russian IQ. Oh. They figured it out. Whoa, where'd that shot come from? Oh wait, he found out. Whoa, we don't need headshots? Yeah, Soup for the Soul. Even when you're playing a game that's very difficult, there's still like good difficulty and bullshit difficulty. The secret is difficulty that that challenges but doesn't frustrate the player. I mean, that's just basic game design, right? It's not hard to make a difficult game. You can just make any platformer that requires pixel-perfect jumps. And it's like, wow, you made it. You made the most difficult game, you know. The trick is making it fun and rewarding and blah, blah, blah. Hey, this is way easier. This is way easier. I say until one of these guys one-shots me from a mile away. But right now, I'm the one one-shotting people from a mile away. Where? Oh, yeah. Oh, don't get crazy here. Come on, don't reverse the roles. There are a lot of them, huh? The fact that I don't have to aim for the head is certainly expediting this process. Usopp arc, true. Green star. Well, we missed one. Stinky grass. Right. I missed two. I'm not sure how that missed. I think that should have hit, but whatever. Okay, I don't know what... Okay, that guy is invulnerable. That guy's not, though. Dude, can you imagine if we didn't have the one shot per clip, magazine, whatever? If we had like 3 or 5 or something? We'd be unstoppable right now. You're hitting the railing? I guess it's pretty far off. Yeah, there we go. Oh, wait. Let's get a bigger gun out, huh? I think we actually did it. Yeah, because the guy is calling for help. Okay, well. Now let's not die to any invisible booby traps. Give me the good boy points. Oh, wrong button. I want the good boy points. Almost said good boy points, but that would also work because I am a Gentile.
Значит, ты не с ними? Ясно. Спасибо.
Good boy points.
Чужак. Спасибо, чужак. Как же так вышло? Прости.
Certified Gentiles? Yeah, the Jews love me. Alright, well, we've got a ton of looting to do. I just really hope I don't randomly trigger a fucking explosive trap along the way. So that'd be kind of dumb and gay. If I could find a bed anywhere here to sort of, you know, reduce the likelihood of that being a big issue. The challenge of, like, making good difficulty versus bad difficulty is... I feel like it's really subjective. I don't know if there's, like, a hard answer. Like, some perfect way of knowing. But I feel like there are some general pointers, you know? The main thing that frustrates me in a game is having to redo shit over and over. I think that's the case for a lot of people. Any challenge that involves, like, oh, you fucked up, you have to go back and redo shit you've already done. That's very frustrating. But obviously, if you lose, you have to redo at least some content. Because otherwise, like, there would be no real challenge, because loss wouldn't entail any loss of progress. You could just keep, like, plowing forward, you know? Okay, the explosive trap was along this path, so we're gonna be careful for that. I think one of the best ways to do that is to structure your difficulty such that if you die, it doesn't mean that you made one mistake. It means that there were a set of cumulative mistakes that you made that all contributed to your death. It's one of the reasons why I don't mind redoing RTS missions that much. Because in an RTS mission, if you lose, it usually doesn't mean you just lost that battle. It probably means that from the very beginning you were doing stuff wrong. Like, you can optimize that process. If you lose at, like, the end of, like 20 minutes of doing, like, a StarCraft campaign mission or something, it's not like you just made a mistake at the 20-minute point. It means that you could have been doing stuff better the whole time, probably.
Center of the Universe asterisk got a Tier 1 asterisk subscription.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Yeah, the mistakes stack on top of each other, and that means that when you replay it, there are things to improve upon. The frustrating thing is, like, what happened right there. We were doing something pretty much perfectly. Like, we were making our way through here, like, one-shot killing everyone, no mistakes, you know, like, we were doing well enough that there would never be a need to go back and redo it. And then, because of the bomb trap, it's like, oh, well, time to redo it all. You know, like, no real improvement. The only change we made between now and then is we took the riskier, less efficient, but faster option to avoid spending a lot of time running around quietly killing people. And that's more a decision made out of, like, you know, impatience than anything. I missed a body in the hell? I don't see it. Whatever, I don't care that much. We're fine on resources. Yeah, Phoenix Slayer, yeah. Tetris is a good game.
The only association VGG has with Jews is anti-Semitism. I wish there was more wholesome Jewish engagement, coverage here.
That's true. Just keep in mind that, like, that's probably going to be the case for a while, because I don't like religion. You know? So, if like, I don't, like, when do I say anything positive about Christians, right? It's just that Christians tend to be the oppressor, not the
Remember
oppressee.
Rose Moulet? You've debated her before. Did you know she believes any violence, including self-defense violence, is wrong? She even downplays
Yeah,
rape.
I've seen. She says stupid, insane shit for clout. I don't care. I don't like paying attention to people when I feel like they're making clowns out of themselves for the attention that they get for it, you know? That stops being interesting to me. That's why I don't care about Haas or whatever. Nice, Golly. Skunk bag, because I'm a gender abolitionist as, like, a long-term project, but I don't think that means people should try to, like, politically abandon their gender identity or labels now. To me, that seems more like political lesbianism. Like, it seems like this arbitrary, like, forced effort at bringing about long-term systemic changes through, like, fake, you know. Political lesbianism's so cringe. I wish I could find a bunch of second-wave political lesbians so I could be very sexist towards them for fun. Like old women or whatever. I could be like, haha, you've never slept with a woman. That was all fake. You've lusted for dick the whole time because you're a straight woman. Or whatever. And also a transphobe, which is why that to you means dick. Jesus Christ, they were burning the fucking pirates? No wonder we killed these guys. Yeah, we should use... I think we're at 300 scrap. Yeah, we're at 300 scrap.
I am Talon Elelin, Herald of War. The time of the return, the desolation, is near at hand. We must prepare.
That's true. It's like my position on racial abolitionism, you know? Like, I don't want race to exist as a social category, but right now it does, and it would be kind of delusional of me to just be like, do the fake, like, colorblindness, like, oh, I don't see race. I mean, I do that as a joke, but, you know, I don't do that in reality. Whoa! Yeah, I know! Shit. Woohoo! Good shooting, my dude, but not good enough. That's a sniper. That is not a pistol with a scope on it. Got some goodies over here? Wait. Oh. Oh no, that is a sniper. Yeah, okay, yeah, that is a sniper. Well, we don't really need a sniper, do we? I mean, we have the crossbow and we have a scoped pistol. I feel like if anything, we have too many long-range viable weapons. No, I don't think there's a need for it. Also, our current sniper, this one, is plenty good enough, and it's completely silent. Hey, that's what I'm talking about. A fucking machine gun. Okay, so... yeah, shotgun, crossbow, machine gun? That's fine, yeah. Yeah, shotgun, crossbow, machine gun. No, I have not, Rockfish. Oh, whoops. That's the semi-auto sniper? Wait, this is? Oh, it just had the odds and ends that made me think. Ah, damn it, I'm stupid. Yep, it is. Sorry, I'm stupid. I thought it was a machine gun, because I had the goddamn side feed. Whatever. Whatever. Hey, Tempest. How'd you get so good at knowing your guns in game? I assume that's a joke, since I just didn't know what the guns were. Max out on scrap so quickly. Will I play RE Village on stream when the DLC comes out? Maybe. Can't really say. I cannot make any promises about what games I'm gonna play, because every time I decide to play a game, it turns out to be, like, a really long commitment. I would rather play, like, shorter games, you know? Games that have open world or exploration elements take me forever to get through, because I autistically comb every inch of the landscape for goods. I have more fun playing them on my own, too, because I can get through my massive podcast and listenable video backlog. I've already played Blasphemous. I'm not playing Stray. Guys, there's nothing about Stray interests me. It doesn't interest me. I have cats at home. Not even the kitty? I don't care. Is it just torture porn? No, I just don't. It's just like, it's a kitty game. I get it. Like, there's a kitty. Kitties. No, I did not, Tempest. I should. I should have 2 of the silver plaques. Is that a guy? No, he's got an axe sticking out of his head. So he was a guy.
Опа-на, брателло, это я! Ты ж меня спас вот только что, а я наших привел. Я тут на радостях, малеха, перебрал что-то. А пацаны пока это чертей этих лесных чморят.
Yeah, we saved this guy, right? You know what? Disgusting. Uh-huh. You making bedroom eyes at me, man? Oh, it's out? That's it? Whatever. You get to be the sole survivor of your whole camp. Congratulations. Well done. Good meme. Top Keck. Top Keck has always been the most embarrassing, semi-ironic, like, that was funny indicator to me. Even outside of the fact that it's mostly, like, right-wing people who say it or whatever, it's just always been, like, very embarrassing. Top Keck is in the same mental category as, like, Raffle Lamau to me, you know? Or saying, like, Gutbuster, but unironically. I don't know, it's just a very... Yeah, like, something like an epic win. You win the internet? I don't know. It's just not... Where'd Keck start again? It's a whole thing. It's like a 4chan epee thing. Like Poggies, Poggers is any better? Well, that's invoked almost entirely ironically, which is better. The Top Keck thing is mostly ironic, but not entirely. Isn't Keck from WoW? Yeah, there's a scrambler that scrambles messages in chat sent from Horde to Alliance players and vice versa. So LOL gets turned into Keck between, and so it's like LOL, Keck means LOL, Top Keck, whatever. Whoa! Wait, how do I get over there? I assume that's where I have to go.
My Rafflecopter goes SOI 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 SOI.
That's crazy, mine too. Don't Brazilians go KKKKKKKK as their laugh? Like that's their ha ha ha? Hue is still funny. Okay, how do we get up here? Anywhere up here. Let's find out. I don't think we just grind our junk against the mountainside here. There's got to be a more deliberate way. Okay, that's a ladder we kick down once we're up there. So how do we get up there? Is this the way? No, I don't think so. Yeah, no, this drops off before you can get there. And you can't go up. So is it further this way? Okay, here we go. This way. Wait! Traps on the ground? Trap is a slur. Oh, you know what's cool? Now that the hatred towards trans people is less about them like being fake women and more about them being child predators, you don't really see trap being used as an insult against trans women anymore. I haven't seen it in like a long time. There we go. The dialectic has advanced. Caleb Maupin's having a meltdown about you on Twitter? Oh, hold on. Love this shit. Oh, he's defending the Uhuru people. Gazi Kotso, the guy who got arrested after a corpse was found in his cult headquarters. As founder and director of the CPI USA, I offer nothing but my full solidarity to the Uhuru movement, the African People's Socialist Party, and Chairman Omali Ishitala in the face of brutal FBI repression.
Hi, I'm Caleb Maupin. I'm here in Chicago. We're looking to build an important anti-imperialist conference. And in light of recent events, I felt a need to make this video and say, hands off Omali Yeshitela, hands off the Uhuru movement and the African People's Socialist Party. They're not traitors, they're not foreign agents, they are black people fighting for their rights, fighting for their dignity, fighting against imperialism, and aligning with Russia, aligning with China, aligning with the people of Latin America against imperialism is the right thing to do. The FBI raids that have come down upon them and the smear campaign that has followed is completely unjustified. Hands off the Uhuru movement, hands off Chairman Omali, hands off the African People's Socialist Party. The Center for Political Innovation offers nothing but unequivocal support with them in their face of state repression. In the face of state repression, we say, hands off, full solidarity, down with imperialism, justice for working people.
I'm always saying this.
Hey Vosh, have you seen or read Vinland Saga? I think it's fantastic and would recommend it to anyone.
No, I've seen it, read it. Yeah, it's really, really good. I like it a lot. A little minor spoilers, but they do a pretty, I think, like, good meme in the later bit of the manga where they meet a trans chick, but, like, the trans chick is huge and muscular, but it's not in a transphobic way, I think. Basically, the gist of it, this is, like, minor spoil, but it's not, like, real spoilers to the plot or anything. It's just, like, they meet a character. It's not. So, basically, the gist of it is that there's a character in Vinland Saga who's super huge, big, beefy guy who basically just pillages and does war and fucks women and has lots of kids and everything else, you know? And one of the and the problem is, if the kids are guys, they get whisked off to war as well, because they have his genes, his big, giant, fucking muscular genes. And, so to protect, one of these sons, a mom, raised them as a daughter to lie whenever the dad would come back. So like, oh yeah, you don't have to take her off to war because it's a chick, you know? But it's a guy, the little baby, and the little baby's got super big muscular dude genes. So they grow up to be really big and muscular, and they end up spending their whole life as a woman with a woman's name and pronouns and blah blah, and ask people to treat them that way because that's what they were socialized to be. But she's like really muscular, but it's not like a big issue, and people treat her nice. Let me see if I can find, hold on. I think it's nice. Are spoilers over yet? No.
If you were to write a political or sociological book, what would be your topic?
Dude, I don't know. Well, probably rhetoric, right? That'd probably be the... Here. There. I saw black on the board. The narrative is really respectful to her, so I think that's nice. I've not read JoJo Lion. Game capture. Capture the game. Game capture. Thank you. Jesus, such an unreliable fucking source. Yeah, Vinland Saga is really good. I like it a lot. Is that from Zerk? No, Vinland Saga. Anyway, I just think it's interesting because, like, 99% of the time, when media is sympathetic to trans women, they have the trans women basically just look like cis women. And 99% of the time, when the trans women look like men, it's being unsympathetic to them.
Sake Tanuki with the $10.
True, and thank you. So I think it's interesting that it's a piece of media where you have a trans woman who very much does not pass and even has visible facial hair, but the narrative is still fully respectful towards them. I just think that's an interesting dynamic that you don't generally see. Okay, I think we've got a little boss fight here. A little boss battle. I make sure that I've got the best gun mods on here. My Hero Academia, there's a female to male, male to female character. Yeah, but My Hero Academia sucks, so it doesn't matter. Okay, I think we're good. Yeah, I dementia. Yeah, it's a thing. Trans women throughout history. Alright, come on out. Come on out. I've got my Molotovs ready for you. Everyone knows what a boss battle arena looks like. Do you think My Hero used to be good but sucked later? I certainly don't think it's gotten better. It's been too long since I've even seen it to fully comprehend how bad it is. I would need to see more to remember why I hate it. I do hate it, though. We know what a boss arena looks like. I get it. The door's gonna be knocked down. Then it'll catch on fire so we can't run through after. I wasn't born yesterday. Yes, Grieg the gamer. She is. Oh, is that not what's happening? There's nothing wrong with media that depicts all trans people as passing, but I feel like it misses the point a little bit. I don't know. It seems like the ideal, and I mean like properly ideal, like hypothetical ideal, would be to acknowledge that like overall, on average, you know, trans people are gonna look different from the cis people of their gender, and that's fine, and there's just nothing good or bad about that. It's just like a completely neutral, you know, like it would just be like, well, yeah, you know, black women and white women tend to look different. It's like, okay, like that, like, no, like, unless you're, like, racist, that doesn't really matter. Like, you don't care, you know, like, oh, yeah, blonde and brunette women tend to look different because their hair is different. Like, okay, yeah, you know, like, whatever. But obviously, like, for fairly straightforward reasons, generally when people are going to be sympathetic to trans people, they'll, like, look very passing and vice versa. Just, I know there's a boss fight here. I'm just waiting for it to happen. Oh, wait. It happens when we try to climb up here, isn't there? Depressed Brit, don't spoil. It's fine. It's fine. Don't. All the trans people I know are really pretty. Yeah, my only point is that they shouldn't have to be pretty for them to be politically sympathetic, right? Like, it's not as though in media it's like, well, this, you know, like, this person is sympathetic, therefore they must be pretty, you know, like, that doesn't always... I mean, that tends to be the case because of bias, but that's not always the case. Yeah, alright, yeah, very spooky, yeah, okay, alright, well, yeah, fire! Okay. It kind of is like that, lol. Yeah, but not 100% of the time. We have those biases, but they're not, like, ubiquitous. Charge? Is that a... Yo, sir! Whoa! Oh, that's cool. You knocked down the shit. That's awesome. Okay. Whoa, okay. So, new problem. You're on fire. What do you do? Comedy skit. Sketch routine. Next move. Oh, you roll... Oh, cool.
Every time I wish, monopolize your love.
He's mad.
Yukasaki Suganai Tabibito. Every time I wish that you would be mine, Anata no Subit Gaho.
That's true. You know that's true? Whoa! Don't attack me while you're on fire, then I'm on fire. Come on. Come on, come on, come on. That's true. We need another one? I think we need another one. Okay, you're not getting me this time. That's our last Molotov, by the way. Nope, nope, nope. Moo! Alright, my guy. We are running out of resources here. Oh boy. Yep. No, yeah, I know. I fucked that up. Oh! Oh. Thought you were about to charge. Okay. Yep, okay. Okay. Charge? Yeah, it's a charge. Not a charge? Yes, a charge. The wrong way.
MHA disappointed me by questioning if someone without superpowers could be a hero in the world of superheroes, then just dropped the concept entirely. Felt lazy.
Yeah, that was a... Oh, you left. Great. That was a warning sign right from the beginning. That was a warning sign right from the beginning. Where, like, the main drive of the protag was like, I want to be a hero, but I don't have powers. And then it was like, oh, here are some powers. So, okay.
Da orcs is talkin' over da stream. We da biggest and da bestest. No more puny umi vash. Only da big green boys. WAAAAAAAAAGH.
God, that's true.
I wonder vat TDs dos bit Russian text.
Russian text.
Current events making me wish I had a strong muscle mommy GF no lie.
Okay. Yes, you are describing themes they deal with in the show. Great job. Ooh, we got a mad one. Uh-oh.
Just got to stream. Decided to touch some grass at the point today with my aunt. What are with inflicting on Bosch today?
Plenty. Trust me, plenty. Yeah, Lennon, yeah.
Law? What are you, a liberal?
According to Twitter, yeah. Or a fascist. I don't think we need anything at the moment. Or a pedo, yeah, true. What was I saying? Yeah. Yeah, I do like, the one thing that I like, the main thing that I like about Deku's powers is that he's always breaking his own body to use them. I like that a lot. One of my favorite, like, minor characters in the Chainsaw Man manga, and soon-to-be Chainsaw Man anime, this isn't really spoilers, again. In Chainsaw Man, devil hunters make pacts with devils, where they sacrifice something of themselves in order to use a fraction of the devil's power. And there's a character who, upon realizing that they're basically completely fucked, starts sacrificing parts of their body in a tense fight. Like, they know they're going to lose, so they're like, yeah, okay, arm. Like, left arm, right arm, legs, you know, like, burning up the rest of their body. Until eventually their pack takes all of them. Hi.
Вот мы и снова встретились. Хотя ты, небось, не помнишь, кто тебя из воды вытащил. Меня, кстати, Олей зовут. Это не ты сейчас хозяину леса?
No, Elenita Express, that's totally happening.
Охотники наши с ним давно не связываются, а ты его вон как отделал. Силен. Замок заржавел. Вот сволочь. Прости, учитель.
The best superhero stories are ones where the most powerful hero is the highest moral pinnacle as well, and everyone wants to get to anywhere near that point.
I do not believe that, but I'm glad that you like that.
Но без меня меня они созывать совет не имели
That's
права.
not my favorite.
В общем, придется, как всегда, вправлять им мозги. Но пока у меня есть время...
Nothing wrong with
сказать,
enjoying that
идти
as a
дальше.
trope, just not my
До дамбы можно
main
добраться
thing.
только на лодке. А они все в лагере на болоте, у пиратов. Они, понятно, делиться не захотят, но это не повод стрелять.
I'm not doing the
Кровь
MHA rant.
никому не нужна.
Really, Texas Lefty? I think all the characters look very distinct.
Иди по дороге до завала. Спускайся к болоту и ищи пристань. Там и мы с Алёшей лодку одолжили. Прости, учитель. Но остались еще, так что разберешься. Ну,
I
чужак,
sit.
удачи. Смотри, не заставляй меня жалеть, что я вам помогла. Лёша, привет. А я тут еще побуду. Надо за могилой учителя.
Well, Texas Lefty, that's kind of the point to the extent, right? Wow, this is a shitty cigarette. I guess you make do with what you can. That's kind of the point, right? Like in Chainsaw Man, characters die constantly. That's how it be.
А я задумалась тут. Как хозяин тут по соседству шататься начал, наши редко ходить стали. Хотя все равно не забывают, конечно.
I nearly killed your Bearmaster, dude. I feel like you could just light it on fire enough times, and you'd be fine. Whatever, you're trying to seduce me, and I'm married. Where do I leave? She's trying to fucking lure me in with her tight pussy. Get me out of here. I have a wife who's dying. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Let me out. Why are you a monocuck? I'm not. Artyom is. Good luck. Alright, sorry, bitch. That was an editor decision for sure. What was? Hate it when bitches try to lure you with their tight pussies. Fucking insane. The shit they'll do. Waving it in your face. Horikoshi wanted Deku with no powers at all. Wait, is that true? Wait, the mangaka wanted to make it so that Deku had no powers the whole thing? And then the editors were like, no, he has to have powers? But the whole premise is him getting powers from All Might. So, what, the editors just chose the story? That's not like a minor editing decision. That's the entire story. That's like, that would be like saying, like, yeah, the mangaka wanted Naruto to be like a slice of life, like modern day computer science manga. And then the editors were like, I think the Hidden Leaf Village would be a better take. And they're like, okay. That happens in Shonen Jump a lot? Yeah, I guess so. It's rough life out there for a mangaka, man. It sounds like Midoriya was supposed to be Batman. Dude, that would have been so much better. Dude, that would have been so much better. With the protagonist not having any powers, but rising to prominence in the Hero Academy because they're so incredibly smart and talented and effective at using tools. Oh, dude, that would have been so much fucking better. That would have been like an insanely high-tier improvement. Sasuke was added because editors wanted Naruto to have a rival. Okay, well, that was probably a good improvement. But this is like just an L. What the fuck? I don't even know what Naruto would have been without Sasuke, to be honest. Yeah, Zoth. It's just not the same, though. Ooh, twin bow. I assume Midoriya was just supposed to be trained by All Might. Yeah, wouldn't that be better? Superman training Batman? Like, All Might would have the strength, but he's dying because of the injury, you know? And he would try to impart, like, good, like, moral lessons, but couldn't do any, like, physical training because he doesn't operate the way Deku would have. Deku would have, like, needed gadgets and shit. That would have been really, really good. Okay, I can leave this way. Let's see what's over on this side. God, that sucks. The scene at the beach in the beginning would have been so much more powerful. Yeah, before he inherited the powers. Yeah, yeah. Man. No, whatever. They even had a character whose personality was making gadgets. Yeah, in Class B, they could have, like, had her make the like, you could have had Deku be really smart and resourceful, but not having, like, the gear that was necessary, and then she would make the gear, and they could have been, like, boyfriend and girlfriend. That would have been cool. Dude, can you imagine? Oh, can you fucking imagine a manga, a shonen manga with the balls to give the main character an active partner? How fucking god tier would that be? Rather than the same bullshit every time of just having like an orbit of girls that, or like the one girl that he has a crush on, and for some reason she has a crush on him, and neither of them ever talk about it, and they will both literally like risk death like 50 times over and over again, but will never actually just fucking be like, yeah, hey, I kind of like you, and it's just like sitcom bullshit. Can you imagine if they actually just like, yeah, it's every single one of them. And the reason why they do that, too, is because they know a huge part of their audience is, like, incredibly envious and resentful of women and have no relationship experience. And the last thing they want is their audience being ostracized by having them have to deal with, like, a character who actually has an interest. I like... a partner. I like Luffy, my ace king. Yeah, at least Luffy is basically canonically asexual. So, like, that's actually a part of his character. So based. I don't know what you mean, Zoth. Texas Lefty, I think that young people... Also, no, shonen shows are not really made for Japanese teens at all. The main consumers of shonen shows are not Japanese teens. They're consumed by a massive, broad audience. The overwhelming majority of people who watch most anime is adults, I think. And it's like an international audience. It's called shonen, like young boys anime or boys anime or whatever, but it's not like I don't think that literally describes like the fucking viewer base. Don't. Would I ever make an anime tier list? I literally have a My Anime list. That shit's really old though. I haven't updated it in a while. I think I agree, Zoth. MHA just kind of sucks, in my opinion. Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Save. Why are the characters so stupid and childish? Because people like that. Adults like that. I want to say that a good example of, like, high-quality, all-ages shonen would be One Piece. But it's not, like, One Piece's main issue is probably the misogyny, right? One Piece has come a long way when it comes to, like, trans or gay representation. Like, queer shit or whatever. But, it's incredibly... The main kicker with it is that the sexism in One Piece is so juvenile that it's difficult to take seriously. I'll wait for One Piece guy. Good fucking luck. Oh, we are going this way. Yeah, I watched Spy Family. Spy Family's really nice. Personally, I have to say, I think my enjoyment of Spy Family would go up if the two adults would, like, acknowledge that they're both, like, into each other, or at least if, Yor would be more open about it. Like, I think the premise is really great, and I really enjoy it, but I'm so tired of the sitcom, like, everyone can see they're into each other but each other thing, that I would rather they just acknowledge it. Isn't that like Mr. and Mrs. Smith? I mean, I haven't seen Mr. and Mrs. Smith, so I can't really say. They played a bit too childish? Yeah, I don't know. I think it'd be a little bit cuter if they could lean into it a little bit more, and there were other better justifications for them not fully committing to it, you know? Like, for example, what's the name of the guy? I always forget, dude. It's Yor and... Lloyd. Okay, I think I would like it more if Yor could just admit to herself that she absolutely wants to get deep-dicked by Lloyd. And I think I would like Lloyd a bit more if he would acknowledge, like, just completely and unambiguously that he definitely likes this family that he's built and is into Yor, but doesn't want to overcommit because he's worried about the fact that he'll have to abandon them after the mission's done. But, like, they both need to admit to themselves that they like each other. I would appreciate that. That would make me like it more, I think. It's true, Texas Lefty. It's not like a super old, long-going manga. It's possible they'll eventually shift into that, and I really hope they do. You guys get what I'm talking about, right? I just think it'd be more enjoyable. I think it'd be cute. Also, like, don't you want to deal with arcs where Yor struggles to understand physical intimacy in spite of the fact that all she does is, like, punch people? And Lloyd struggles with the fact that he feels actual romantic feelings?
Slow burn romances mostly don't work. Friends ruined it for me.
I tend not to like them, too. And Lloyd, who spent his whole career being a spy whose romances are fake and done for political purposes, has to reconcile with the fact that he actually really does like her and he gets nervous about it. Like, there's so much potential for, like, genuine comedy and like, you know, moe bullshit there. I just think they could go a long way with that. Not here? Do I have to go down? I think I have to go down. I thought this would be the right way. Wait, no, down is like... Do I have to go down? Oh, ladder. I have not seen the Fate series at all. It looks very bad to me. I judge shit like that based purely off character designs. If all the women look like they're wearing an outfit that would take 3 hours to squeeze into and effectively doubles as fetish gear, I generally avoid the property they're from. There are things in that category that are good, but as a general rule, it's good to avoid those. I've heard Fate Zero's good. You know, I just haven't. I also see an ungodly amount of porn from the Fate series. The porn is good, but I don't watch anime to look at porn. I look at porn to look at porn. Huh? Okay, hold on. Are these guys bandits, pirates?
There is interesting part in the new Gazkul Thraka book where an orc gives a space marine shit over attempting to force male pronouns on them.
Really? Oh, dude, people must have gotten hella mad over that. That is some proper SJW stuff right there. Absolutely. Gotta look into that. Okay, I'm pretty positive these guys are bandits, not pirates. They're definitely not... They're definitely not the other guys. I'm pretty sure they're bandits. Pirates don't shoot. Pirates absolutely shoot. Also, pirates tend to have crossbows. These guys have guns. Oh, they are pirates? She said you were stealing a boat from the pirates. Oh, shit, that's right. Yeah, she said pirates. Yeah, okay, yeah. Sorry, I didn't remember what she said, pirates or bandits. Yeah, I just want to make sure. Okay, yeah. That's funny, your friend Jen. The Fate series is essentially tournament arcs. Tournament arcs are good. They're really overdone, but they're also kind of a classic. I just think the critical thing is to not, like, spend too much time on them, you know? Because every tournament arc that's bad will have multiple episodes and or chapters dedicated to characters who exist only to be foils to the larger, stronger characters in the tournament arc, but don't serve any thematic purpose outside of that. Like, you'll have, like, yeah, dude, I'm cunt fucker the hair taster. I fuck cunts and taste hair. Ooh, and he like spins some knives on his fingers and people are like, oh, he's strong. And they'll have like 2 episodes like building this guy up and then he'll die in 1 hit to the actual villain of the tournament arc. And it's like, you didn't have to spend that much time on him. If that was gonna happen, you could have, like, that could have happened in no time. Yeah, coming back during nighttime sounds smart, but what if I'm not smart? Also, the furthest way back to the gazebo? What? No, I'm good. Oh. They let me leave? Dude, they let you leave. What? Assholes! That was not to 5! What the fuck? I was giving them credit. I was like, oh, they're nice enough to give you a chance to run. You assholes! I can't believe I have to let you guys live. Fucking assholes. God damn it. Well, one of them has an automatic weapon. I want that. We don't need the silenced pistol anymore, now that we have a crossbow with multiple bolts in it. Alright, let's go back to the gazebo, pass the time.
Been here for a little over 2 years. Thanks for being awesome. Where do you read your manga?
I can tell you one thing for sure. Never illegally. No, I mostly read it on the Viz, the Shonen Jump app. And thank you. I don't know who that is, Stiletti, or I don't remember. You'll have to remind me.
For chat and vouch, Kaguya-sama Love as War subverts the tropes of slice-of-life slow-burn romance anime really well, and the characters actually grow.
That'd be nice. I guess, I don't know, man. There are lots of, like, anime that I think would be improved so much. Because you'll have main characters who are, like, strong and confident and charismatic and active, like, very active in pursuing their dreams. And then there will be a girl they like, and just nothing will happen there, ever. Like, it's just completely inert.
Hey chat, I finally moved out of my parents' house and into my new apartment, so now I can be gay and do whatever the fuck I want.
Cool.
Can I get a hell yeah?
Hell yeah. Congratulations. Like, be bold. Have a character who has a girlfriend. I don't know. It doesn't seem that extreme to me. Media almost never has characters that are actually in relationships. Like, seriously, how many pieces of media have you guys watched that aren't like movie? I mean, like, you know, like cartoons or anime or whatever. Just, you know, let's just talk about anime. Like, overwhelmingly, the people aren't in relationships already. Yeah, it's edging, and they don't want to ostracize people, and also, like, the ship bait is good for clicks. And the male audience won't relate. For me, they get the episode 5. I don't know what that is. They gotta have will they, won't they content. Yeah, that shit just makes me want to, like, stop watching, though. The will they, won't they stuff is so boring. The only reason I'm not bothered by it that much in Spy Family is because their mutual attraction is obvious, and it's all played up for a kind of comedic, like, mutual obliviousness. But it's not really, like, the dramatic focus of the story. Okay, where the fuck is the gazebo? How far... Okay, there's one, but it's not the one we need. How far away was it? Oh, here. Okay. Wait, not here? Wait, is it not this one? The Hinata shit in Naruto was awful? Yeah, it was. Wait, is it not... Wait, is it not this one? God, that's so loud. Stop! Okay, what the fuck? Every girl in Naruto is dumb. Yeah, it's true. All the female characters in Naruto are a complete waste. The closest they got was Tsunade, but even with her, they had to do stupid bullshit.
Shaman King is a shonen where the main character has a girlfriend. I remember it being handled alright, no real will they won't they BS.
Well, that's good at least. Okay, can somebody explain to me why I'm not getting the prompt to sleep here? Is it because the fire's off? I didn't realize that was like a thing that could affect it. Oh my god, stop. Guys, we need to sleep to make it nighttime. You can't sleep in this level? Yes, you can. We just did it. What the fuck? Is it a one-time resting spot? I don't think that's a thing. Oh, hell yeah, Texas Lefty. Happy to hear that. Oh my god. What is even causing that sound effect? Okay, so I guess we just can't actually sleep. Well, if we can't sleep, I don't know how we're supposed to steal the boat from the pirates on account of the fact that we can't kill them from a distance and they have a highly fortified position that can only be approached from a few places. Load an older save? I don't want to load an older save.
Dal daga buzz buzz ziggity zag. Godmod grotesque burlesque drag.
That's pretty true. Can I run back outside of the church? Really, Chrissy, was there? Well, that's news to me. Nope, can't walk, can't jump back up. Tsunade and Tamari were good in Naruto, but that's about it. I feel like in order for a woman character to be in an anime, they have to be one of two things, which is either fucking useless and irrelevant, or they have to have some kind of crippling personality deficiency, you know? They have to have one of those two things. God damn it. It's so guys can relate to them? No, it's because it's so guys don't feel threatened by them. What am I supposed to do then? Just wait for night? They do this a lot with, they do it with Nami, which bothers me, because Nami's one of my favorite characters. They do it with Nami and Robin, man, because Nami is, like, not really a great person, and is constantly, like, irritable and easily pissed off. And Robin is, like, a completely neutral social force all the time. And both of them are among the weakest members in the crew. I mean, Nami might literally be. I've seen Black Lagoon, yeah. God damn it. Nami is arguably one of the strongest now? Nah. Robin is crazy strong, what are you talking about? Nah. Well, that was when Robin was at her best, Mr. Fings. Do you dislike soft magic systems? I often do. But not always. Maybe we can approach this from another angle that allows us to get through, even during daytime. Yeah, super luminous. It's true. Multiple dudes over here whistling, having a great fucking time. Yeah, maybe if we approach from this side, we'll be able to slowly make our way through. We'll see.
Hey Vosh, could we get a full take on why Genshin is bad? I've been looking for an in-depth analysis, but alas, nothing meaty. You got the good takes. What gives?
Do you mean Genshin Impact? I've never played it. I know nothing about it except the memes. I've also heard that it's like a gacha game type thing, which is really dumb. Okay, we gotta stealth our way through this one, boys. Oh my fucking god, dude. The fucking snakes. I fucking hate the snakes. Oh my fucking god. Okay. So, if we go up there, we're basically just gonna be shot, right? Oh wait, is this the boat we need to steal? Wait, is this... Can we just take the boat right now? No, it's not the boat we need to steal. We need a better boat.
You should check out Made in Abyss if you haven't. It's peak anime in my opinion. Season 2 is running RN.
I have heard many things about that anime.
Никого нету. Да и не было похоже. Ладно, пойду обратно.
There we go. We're playing on the hardest difficulty then, though. Okay, we need to knock this guy out when he comes back. I think okay, we're basically gonna have to solid snake our way through this entire compound during the daytime, because if any of them see us while we're out in the water, we're a sitting duck. Are you not coming back? Oh, shit. Yeah. We're fucked. We are properly fucked.
Спрятался, гад. Ничего, сейчас я тебя запросто найду.
Yeah, Thembo, it gets pretty annoying.
Что-то было сейчас в проходе.
Don't be facing this way, don't be facing this way, don't be facing this way. Wait, let me press E, let me press E. Why can't I... Wait, it doesn't let you fucking melee them from the front? I thought you could. I thought I'd done that before. You think Nami and or Robin could defeat any member of the Straw Hats? Like, the honest answer is that it really depends on what the writers want. Especially when it comes to people with tricksy powers, like Robin or Usopp or Nami. Like, if they want to win, they can win. If they don't want to win, they don't want to win. There's no real point in arguing strength scaling in a fucking anime.
Hey Vosh, like you doing normie stuff. Would you ever do media take debates with a guest? BC, although you have pretty bad ones, it'd be cool seeing someone debate you.
Never. That's the idea of debating why I dislike My Hero Academia with a My Hero Academia fan. I'd rather kill myself. I would never want to do that. Oh, well, this didn't work. Yeah. How much money? It's not happening. People don't like my media takes because I don't fucking jerk off all the franchises they like, and they take it as a personal insult because people define their characters on the properties they enjoy. Fucking snakes.
Ничего, а кого? Слышал, чужака пионеры поймали. Ну, а чего он? Да сбежал.
No, we're good. Wait, I could have hit him, but I was facing him that time. Wait, why? Okay, wait, it gave me the prompt that time. Wait, what are the conditions that are necessary for me getting a melee takedown? Because I didn't, and then I ran around the pillar, and he was still facing me, and then I got the prompt again. I thought Black Lagoon was pretty good. Man, I really just want to save. If I go all the way back here, is this back to the Gonzala? Gonzaga? Gazuba? It is. And I still can't use it. I wonder if this is an issue that could be fixed by reloading the game. Here, at any rate, it's nearly 10. I'm gonna stream tomorrow night too. Maybe I'll just call it here. Yeah, probably. I'll figure this out. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure it's a bug that's not letting me just sleep, so I can do it during the nighttime. I'm pretty sure that's just a bug. Well, at any rate, I love you guys very much. The real reason I'm ending right now is actually because I'm uncomfortably sweaty. It's just too fucking warm in here. But I'll fix that problem by standing in the air conditioning and changing my shirt, as God intended.
Also, I am surprised you like One Piece considering your anime requisites that one follows the most tropes and is long as fuck and is 60% filler most of the time.
Yeah, I don't watch the anime, so there's no filler. Every time I look at the anime, it looks like dog shit. The manga is what I read, and the manga is incredibly good. So I can't really speak to that. It is very long, and it does have plenty of tropes, but I think it executes everything that it does really, really well. So, yeah, either way, I love you guys very much. You're beautiful people. You're all so handsome. My little pog champs. And I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Thanks for the wonderful stream. Oh, who are we hosting? Hold on. Who is online? Actual Jackie.
Don't forget to turn off TTS.
I will forget. Just to spite you. Be well.